Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is obviously Friday. I am doing my thing with Freedom Friday today. I'm going to be showing you all of the presidents on my tie. They're sitting here with me, every one of them, giving you the illusion that we have a purpose here. I'm glad we picked this up. Sarah and I went out to James Madison's home and bought this tie. It's a museum artifact. So I have this as my new freedom tie. I think that's something extraordinary in and of itself. We've got photos showing North Korea is closer to building a submarine that can launch missiles. Yep, we showed you a video of this just a second ago. Let me repeat it for you without the music. North Korea leader Kim Jong-un is inspecting a newly built submarine on Tuesday as North Korea and U.S. negotiators wait to return to the bargaining table. What bargaining table? Trump never even discussed denuclearization, which he can't pronounce, by the way. It's that we're going to do the big word thing, denuclearize. So that's a problem. So let's see what he's got. He's looking at the submarine here, saying, "Oh, what a great submarine it is." They expect that this submarine may have the ability to deliver nukes. Korean Central News Agency reported that Kim expressed great satisfaction with the submarine. Yeah. And the report did not include the size of the submarine, nor the dockyard, or anything about the phallic nature of the submarine. But we'll get to that later. Juicy Smollett's charges are reinstated? Good. I'm glad. It's about time. Nigel Farage launches the Brexit Party for European elections. Wow. So he's creating the Brexit Party. Well, Nigel Farage is going to try to step up and do something in England. What he's going to do is just complain about Boris Johnson. And he's done it very vocally. He seems to be a guy who likes to complain and not provide answers for the English government.
Even without the backstop, this is the worst deal in history. If, Mr. Johnson, you insist on the withdrawal agreement, we will fight you in every single seat up and down the length and breadth of the United Kingdom.
Now, ironically, Nigel Farage had an opportunity when speaking to really lay into Boris Johnson about telling everyone that they weren't allowed to talk about the Brexit agreement, trying to withhold that from actually Parliament discussions. It's like Boris Johnson wanted to take over the job of Prime Minister, but not address the elephant in the closet, and Nigel Farage is certainly doing that. Whether he has an answer for England, he wants it done now. He wants a clean break with the European Union. So I do have relatives from England, so I'm wondering if I could talk like him. Oh, yes, David. You do look a lot like me. It's true, and I do believe that you're an instant match. Okay, thanks for the English humor. I'll get back to you later. You need Bitcoin? What are you eating it? Are you eating Bitcoins? You're living on it? I didn't. No, I told Sarah she could take her parents out or whatever. Yeah. Rice, tuna, peas, and coffee sounds good, McDundy. Yeah. You could use, if you got the rice already made, or you can use potatoes, tuna, and peas, and coffee. Okay, Daryl, you got a link for me? Okay, thank you.
If I could follow up, you say diplomacy takes time.
Yes, it does.
But it was 4 years ago that you labeled North Korea a member of the Axis of Evil. And since then, it's increased its nuclear arsenal.
Suzanne, it's a nuclear arsenal.
Nuclear arsenal.
Nuclear arsenal.
Nuclear arsenal.
It's nuclear.
Nuclear.
Okay, thank you. So when Trump learns how to say denuclearization, we might actually achieve some sort of détente with Kim Jong-un. But in the meantime, he's saying, "Oh, Kim, you're doing a great job. You of course, you didn't know anything about Otto Warmbier's death. I believe you 100%, Kim. Oh, yes. You're only a mass murderer of 350 people, but I believe you." I mean, Trump is embracing his relationship with Duterte and Kim Jong-un. It's very strange. It's logical? Okay, good. David, is that true? Nuclear ass? No. Trump and the smoking gun, as he says? Yeah. Sarah never talks about sex. You're lying. That's a mutable offense. My God. What are people thinking in this world? Yeah, so speaking of Duterte, it is Duterte, right? It's not Duterte. It's like Dutard. It hurts for me to have you in here, yeah. So here we go. Duterte arrives in Beijing as South China Sea tensions grow. Philippine president expected to raise the Hague ruling on South China Sea in his meeting with President Xi on Thursday. Rodrigo Duterte probably wants a cash payoff. I wouldn't doubt it, because he's supposed to stand up and say, "We don't want you in the South China Sea." But he seems like a guy who's going to pat his own pocket. So I wouldn't doubt he's asking for cash for South China to be there without any opposition. But I'm just guessing. Protests continue to ensue. He's been under intense domestic pressure to be more assertive towards China, but when is Duterte ever, in any way going to help his own people? I mean, really. He just kills drug dealers who sell marijuana to people suffering from illnesses. Okay, before I get to this, I want to say one thing. The Dow Jones average is doing very well. Yeah. We are currently looking at almost a 1,000-mile drift upwards ever since Trump lied about talking to China. Now it's at 26,403, and the stock market doesn't seem to be able to listen to any logic. They just listen to Donald Trump's lies. So, hey, yeah, if everyone in the stock market wants to believe that Donald Trump is talking to China, even though China said he hasn't made any overtures to talk, by all means, raise 1,000 points on the idea that Trump may talk to China. All right. Yeah, that's kind of amazing. Now let's go to Alex Trebek. He has made a very solemn statement. He by the way, he is, in his mind, beating pancreatic cancer, and you got to give him credit. Let's listen to his recent statement about his stage 4 pancreatic cancer. 50% in remission.
We start off with some encouraging news. Alex Trebek is feeling good as he wraps Jeopardy's 35th season. The 78-year-old Emmy-winning host opening up about his cancer treatment and thanking fans for their support in a video posted to the beloved game show's official Twitter account. Watch.
I wanted once again to thank you for your continuing messages of encouragement and support, particularly the many cards I've received from young people. I'm touched beyond words. Despite what you may have heard, I'm feeling good. I'm continuing with my therapy. And the staff, is already working on our next season.
Yeah, and he's looking great. And his message came as he filmed the final day on set of Jeopardy's 35th season.
Wow, 35 seasons. That's really awesome. Good job, Alex, and we wish you the best. Yeah, it's better to fade away than to burn out. But working nonstop for 35 years like he has, impressive. He's made a salary. I've worked for the past 11 years at building this third party for nothing. I have earned nothing. Here I was in 2008, pitching for a third party against Barack Obama.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
Yeah, so my efforts have been nonstop for free. I don't get a salary. Alex Trebek makes money. Yeah, I have the same exact thing going on. Let's look at Alex Trebek's net worth, shall we? I'm not going to pick on a guy making lots of money simply for making money. I'm more concerned about his health. Let me see how much money he has. Yep, he has a net worth of checking, scanning. How he makes his money, net worth. $50 million. Alex Trebek, you need to retire like now. You take your money and get on a plane to wherever, just as long as it's not Orgy Island, and have yourself a fun time, Alex. We don't need to hear more Jeopardy. Just take off, enjoy your life, and when you feel better, come back and do your show. Yeah. He made a lot of money. He needs to just retire, I think. Judge Judy makes $47 million a year. Yeah, well, she negotiated a good contract because she's a good Jew. Yeah, they usually negotiate a good contract for themselves. Gel that makes teeth repair themselves. Really? I hope it's not Preparation H. This is coming from a guy named Preparation H. He says there's gel that'll help teeth repair themselves. Let's take a look. Let's hope it's not fluoride gel. Tooth enamel can now be made to repair itself by applying a special gel. Whoa. It could save people from developing cavities that require dental fillings. Enamel is a hard protective layer on the outside of teeth. It can be worn by mouth acid and repeated chewing. I had 50% of my enamel removed from tetracycline ingestion when I was a kid. My body literally stopped making enamel. So I'm wearing pressed-on veneers here just to cover my yellowish teeth. Because fillings are made from foreign materials like metal, porcelain, resin, they don't bind seamlessly to the tooth surface and often become loose. To overcome this problem, Rukang Tang in Zhejiang University in China and his colleagues made a gel containing calcium and phosphate, the building blocks of real enamel, to try to encourage teeth to self-repair. They tested the gel by applying it to human teeth that had been removed from patients and damaged with acid. They then left the teeth in containers of fluid designed to mimic the mouth environment for 48 hours. During this time, the gel stimulated the growth of new enamel, which microscopy revealed that it had the same highly ordered arrangement of calcium and phosphate crystals as regular enamel. Wow. And I was just looking into how to get my teeth resurfaced, right? Several other groups have tried to repair both enamel with calcium and phosphate mixtures, but they contain larger particle clusters that didn't cling well to the tooth surface, says Tang. This made it difficult for the enamel crystals to rebuild. They're now testing the gel in mice in hopes to later test it in people. Well, you can test it on me. Yeah, I'll throw some phosphate and calcium in my mouth wear a phosphate calcium, rubber guard for bedtime and have new calcium and enamel. I do brush my teeth 4 times a day, truth hurts. Yes. And I have pretty good teeth. They're all good for chewing, but they got yellow when I was a kid, and I had to, just deal with that fact. Okay, today was super busy. You made $227 in 6.5 hours. Wow. What were you doing? Are you a money launderer or a bookie, or how do you make that kind of money in 6 hours? Oh, you're a school teacher. Okay, sorry. I had no idea. You don't have to tell me what you do, Tiddly. That's fine. No, I had tetracycline as a kid. Dave, truly, the video you showed 5 minutes ago made you look much older in it, but now you look younger. Well, that's because I've reversed my age. I have gone, I can teach all of you how to do this. Tetracycline, yeah. What you have to do, really, is beep, 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 censored, 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 beep, 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 and then you'll feel younger. Oh, you didn't get that, right? I was censored? Okay, let's get back to what's really important, like the fact that Jeffrey
Trebek
Epstein.
has hosted the show since it first premiered.
The fact that Jeffrey Epstein's still alive and living somewhere. That's the important thing. Trump has a plan. Basically, his plan is to deny that anything bad is happening and keep claiming he's talking to China. And it's working. The stock market has rebounded 1,000 points, and all Trump had to say was he had to lie about meeting China. Trump has a plan. Let's see. Oh, he says his plan is for nothing to go wrong. Oh, good. This is a tongue-in-cheek article by Alexandra Petri, where she talks about how he just kind of says everything's fine. Yeah, nothing to worry about. It's a very good economy. Consider, for instance, the new rollback of methane regulations. Even over the objections of people in the affected industries, a similar ingenious philosophy is being applied here to try to limit the amount of methane released into the Earth's atmosphere would send the Earth a message that we thought it might be getting to the point where additional methane and CO2 could be dangerous to the planet, and the realization might cause the Earth to panic, hyperventilate, and destroy. Nothing depresses the planet so much as the suggestion that its continued health is hanging by a very fragile thread. The last thing we would want the Earth to do is think there was a problem. If we were to take any steps that made it look as though we were aware of a problem and were addressing it, well, that would be the end for all of us. No, we must keep in a state of blissful ignorance, she says. Indeed, we've taken this attitude broadly in all areas of life. There's no climate change. There's no climate change. It's all fake news. The economy's doing very well. Everything's great. And this is his constant comment. And it seems to be a very resounding belief that everyone's saying, oh, everything's great. Oh, we're doing great. Even though we've got homeless people all over America in the streets, gathering with virtually no place to live, losing their homes, going on the street, having their families with no solutions. Oh, the economy's great, everything's good. It's absurd. I mean, we are living in a duality that is comprised of Donald Trump lying and us waking up in the morning and having to live with reality. That's it. Donald Trump lies and then reality. The cost of housing is way too high. In my area, people can't even find a place to live, because the cost of rent has doubled in 1 or 2 years. My taxes have doubled in 1 or 2 years. Seriously. The military decided to fly all their planes over my house and all the other houses around me. And because of all the income coming in from the military, the prices of houses have doubled, the market's popping, people are flipping houses left and right, and I'm stuck here literally living under jets every day because, well, Sarah's got a great job here, and we're in a good place to get to her work, and so I'm willing to do that. And I don't need to flip the house because I don't need to make any money. But it's just amazing how popular this area is, and this is kind of how LA is, but worse. LA is worse. People literally are seeing their house almost too costly just to pay the property taxes. So they're saying, well, let's sell it for $1 million, honey. Okay, and then move up where I'm living, and then buy double what we're charging. So. Yeah, all the military loans, the VA loans, last year they would offer $200,000 to these guys. Now they are offering $250,000 in military loans. In a year or two, it'll be $300,000 they'll offer these military guys. Yeah, tetracycline is a very common thing that they used to hand it out like candy for illnesses, doctors did, before they realized how dangerous it was. But it had a side effect. It reduced the enamel production in your mouth. Yeah. So I remember having the resulting lack of enamel coming. You don't see it when it's happening. When you get to an adult age, your dentist says, hey, what happened to all your enamel? And all I could say was I eat 20 pounds of oranges a week, because I was eating 20 pounds of oranges a week. That might have affected it. Okay. Moving on. All right, we got a big story here that I want to bring to you, and I think it's very disturbing, in fact, that Prince Andrew seems to be absolutely in love with the idea of no longer having to deal with the Jeffrey Epstein case. Yeah. So let me give you what I have on Jeffrey Epstein right here. This is the big news so far at the top. The judge has ended the Jeffrey Epstein criminal case. It's over. Decision follows hearing where 16 women allegedly were abused by Epstein. The criminal case is over. Even though Ghislaine Maxwell was involved, they're not even pursuing her. All charges were dropped when they claimed that Jeffrey Epstein died. I don't believe he's dead. I believe he was pulled out. They replaced him with somebody else. I believe he's still in play. Okay, that being said, three months before Epstein was originally charged or brought in, his scout was looking for young women like this underage woman here was seen. And his scout is Jean-Luc Brunel, who's 72 years old, if you can believe that. And he's been, still recently, 3 months ago, looking for young women for Jeffrey. So you got to wonder why he was doing that then, when there was suspicions going on. And then there's all these stories about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell strolling the streets of Paris with underage sex slaves in sealed photos. All of this came out as a result of many of these women coming forth, especially Virginia Roberts Giuffre, with all the things that she was involved with Jeffrey. Here she is in the corner of the picture right here, seen with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's the Manhattan apartment where they allegedly, had these girls in there. There she was at 15. There she was right there, literally pulled from her home and then cultivated as some sort of a sex slave for Epstein and his madam. And this is the madam who's still, they say, living in a private residence somewhere in Massachusetts, but has never made any statements other than releasing a photograph, which was debunked last week, which shows her holding a book which says that CIA agents die when they're not honest or at least true to the CIA, and it was like a veiled threat. She was holding a book in this picture that was doctored, and it was debunked as being photoshopped. So I doubt she was in an In-N-Out burger with that book. They put that book out there to threaten any CIA officer who's going to tell the truth about what's going on here. This is cover-up after cover-up, but they found, the autopsy found that broken bones were in his neck. That's impossible. Yeah, no one has broken bones in their neck when they try to asphyxiate themselves off of a banister with a tied sheet. No one. It never happens. You have to actually have a yank and jerk from a large gallows to break a neck bone. You can't do it from the sheet pulling on the side of a banister. So that's absurd. Yeah. But the day that he died, or allegedly died, here's a picture of Prince Andrew and Queen Elizabeth. Look at how absolutely happy he is. I mean, he's just like joyous. He's just rejoicing in his car. He's like, "Oh, Mummy, I'm so glad they believe that Jeffrey has died, and now I can still meet Jeffrey in Switzerland. It's wonderful, Mummy." Yeah, I'm sure Epstein is in Switzerland right now having his face reconfigured into something else. And everyone's wondering, "Oh, I can't wait till he brings in a new line of young girls to, of course, not have sex with, but to get back rubs by, Mummy." He alleged that he was in that photograph because, he was just visiting his friend Jeffrey Epstein, who happened to be 1 year out of leaving jail for sex trafficking. Now, what logic would put Prince Andrew in Jeffrey Epstein's home on an island a year after Epstein was charged with sex trafficking? Well, former Labor Secretary Acosta did say an important thing in his recent testimony. He said that he was told to provide a lighter sentence for Epstein in 2007 because Epstein was part of the intelligence service. Oh, really? Okay. Intelligence service. Huh. That would make Epstein a spy for the CIA or the Mossad or something. So it's more than likely that Epstein's still doing what he's doing. He's still got a whole list of people and dirt on them. And Prince Andrew is just elated that the Epstein is allegedly dead. And we won't hear from this terrible story that he had to deny categorically that he was involved with this woman, Virginia, whatever her name is. Anyway, now comes the really interesting, disturbing part. I'm going to show you this. This is a post on Reddit, whether it's true or not. I haven't vetted it completely, but Larry Salona is an anagram for the Royal Lancer. The same Larry Salona from the New York Post was the first to report the death of Jeffrey Epstein, Stanley Kubrick, JFK Jr., and all the New York PD suicides. Guess who the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Lancers are? Which is Larry Salona spelled differently. It's an anagram. It would be Prince Andrew. So he's in charge of this group of people called the Royal Lancers, and then his name is an anagram for that. That's a very, very strange connection between all these cases being reported by a man named Larry Salona. Very interesting Reddit post that came out. Very interesting. All right, so I'm going to drop the case at that point and talk about other things. We got lots of other things to talk about. It's not just about Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. You can only do so much in this world. 5 undocumented workers. In 1 month, 5 undocumented immigrants have been charged with rape in one of our sanctuary cities. So, an outrageous and disturbing story out of Montgomery County, Maryland states that an illegal alien has been accused of raping a 16-year-old girl at knife point within the safety and confines of a sanctuary city. Look at this scumbag. Raped a 16-year-old. It's a disturbing story out of Montgomery County, Maryland. His name is Nelson Medrano, 46, charged with first-degree rape and sexual abuse of a minor. All right, so that's a story I don't need to keep looking into, but yeah, it's not safe in some of these encampments. Oh, wait a second, this story popped up. I can't ignore this. Billionaire pedo Jeffrey Epstein's madam, Ghislaine Maxwell, visited Prince Andrew at Buckingham Palace, according to an ex-royal. So Ghislaine Maxwell spent a lot of time with Jeffrey Epstein and with Prince Andrew, and made secret trips that were not on the books, according to this official gate book. They would rarely sign the palace official gate. There she is in the background, Prince Andrew in the foreground. Okay, so she's a madam handling young trafficked girls. He just likes Jeffrey Epstein. He's a good friend. No proof whatsoever that he was ever involved with anything. And then an anagram of his Royal Lancer group is found giving out stories that have allegedly happened to various people that may or may not be in the know. Things are starting to smell and reek at the palace. Now, Donald Trump, as you know, has been flip-flopping on a lot of things recently. And he has been known to be an incredible flip-flopper. If you're a Trump-tard, you have no idea what he's doing because you don't listen to the news. You consider it all fake news. But let me play you some of the statements that this man, Donald Trump, made about a year and a half ago regarding gun rights. And if you're a gun rights supporter, as we are, you'll be concerned. Watch this.
Take the firearms first and then go to court. We have to do something very decisive. Number one, you can take the guns away immediately from people that you can adjudge easily are mentally ill, like this guy. You know, the police saw that he was the problem. They didn't take any guns away. Now, that could have been policing. I think they should have taken them away anyway, whether they had the right or not. A lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. But take the guns first, go through due process second.
First you take the guns, then you do due process. So if you're wondering if Donald Trump is supporting gun rights, no. He's now talking to Lindsey Graham, the Russian collaborator, who receives Russian money to get reelected. He's now getting Lindsey Graham to build a red flag law case, and he's enjoying the possibility of going after your guns if, say, you or your family member went to a crisis unit. We wouldn't want a gun in your house because your son sought help because he was going through some depression, that kind of thing. So these laws are very, very slippery slopes, very much slippery slopes, and could very well, upturn the Republican support of Donald Trump, which is waning. The Republicans are now, actually a U.S. poll was done, 6 polls were done last week, and Donald Trump's approval rating, he's in the 61% negative. That's right. So he's 39% approval rating, 61% negative. Hey, researchers have found how to slow aging. Really? Somebody was accusing me of slowing aging. I can't tell you exactly how I do it, but I'll tell you someday. Okay, look at that. University of Minnesota Medical School. They published a way in which they're showing possibilities to reduce the burden of damaged cells, termed senescent cells, and extend lifespan, improve health. And even when treatment was initiated late in life. They have now shown that treatment of aged mice with natural product fisetin, found in many fruits and vegetables, also has significant positive effects on health and lifespan. So this product is called fisetin, which is found in fruits and vegetables. Wow, good to know. Fisetin. Checking the word fisetin. Okay, is a plant polyphenol from the flavonoid group. It can be found in many plants where it serves as a coloring agent, like strawberries, apples, persimmons, onions, cucumbers. Wow, fisetin, yeah. Bioavailability, treatment of cancer, toxicity. So yeah, let me put that on the screen for you guys so you can look at it. Fisetin. Yeah, check that out. Eat more fruits and vegetables. Be like the Juice Man. Remember the Juice Man? Yeah, that guy, he used to juice everything. Where is he? Where is he? Juice Man, where are you? Oh, apparently I'm dating myself. Yeah. The Juice Man too. Apparently, I got the Juice Man, but he's gone. He passed away or something. Whatever happened to the Juice Man? Yeah. Bummer. I have this juicer, by the way. Yeah, so I'm going to tell Sarah we're going to try to do more juicing. Juice it! Juice it! I have Netflix, yes. I do. And there's a very good Netflix that was referred to me today called The Disappearance of Madeleine McCann. Now, I don't think they go deep into the allegations that Podestas were involved. I don't think that's in there, but the missing case of Madeleine McCann is very interesting. Her parents apparently were very suspicious when the 7-year-old was taken, or 9-year-old was taken from their trunk, or put in it. I'm not sure, but I'll find out more when I play it tonight, or whenever I see it. The Disappearance of Madeleine McCann on Netflix. Is Netflix getting expensive? I don't think that they actually charge more than $12.95 a month right now. It's not like they're going to spike it. Remember when they said they were going to charge $26 and nobody bought their stocks? Well, that's when you needed to buy their stock. Robert F. Kennedy assassin Sirhan Sirhan has been stabbed in prison. I did not know that. I believe Sirhan Sirhan was a MK Ultra victim. Yeah, let me go to Sirhan Sirhan's story right now. Yeah, I tend to believe that Sirhan Sirhan, they're going to try to get rid of him because he knew too much about how he wasn't guilty. I mean, yeah, he's been let's take a look. RFK assassin has been stabbed in prison. Somebody put a hit on him. They probably know that he'll just flat out deny it. He was forced to make a confession, and he said he was just completely wrong about it. There he was originally. The unique thing about Sirhan Sirhan, when Robert F. Kennedy was shot in the head, Sirhan Sirhan had absolutely no gunpowder residue on his hand. Yet it was a close-range shot within 3 or 4 feet, max, to Robert F. Kennedy's head. Yet there's not a stitch of gunpowder on his hands. He couldn't possibly have been the one to pull the trigger. The sources say the assault on Sirhan has been identified, he's been placed in isolation, that person. They would launch an investigation to determine what the cause of it was and whether charges will be filed. Rosie Greer was next to Sirhan Sirhan, the famous pro football player, and he subdued him. Yeah. He was assaulted on Friday afternoon around 2:30 today in one of the prison yards. He had stab wounds, but he's currently in stable condition. Well, I can tell you, he had a veritable fugue state. He could not explain why he was so forgetful of what happened that night. I believe that he may have been a victim of MK Ultra, where they drug people over and over again and make them do things or say they're going to do things until they think they've done them. And the real shot may have come from somewhere else. The interesting thing about the Robert F. Kennedy shooting is the LA County coroner actually had all of the panels from the Ambassador Hotel destroyed. Every panel that had bullet fragments in it from the gunshots was destroyed by the LA County coroner's office. And another little side note, Simon & Schuster did a book about the killing of Robert F. Kennedy back in the 1980s that was literally pulled off the shelves by our own FBI. They purchased all 50,000 copies of it, and Simon & Schuster was told to cease and desist making that copy. I was privy to meeting the person who wrote that, his brother, the brother of the person who wrote the book. And all I got from the brother was that everything pointed not to Sirhan Sirhan, but to the sheriff that was standing right next to Robert F. Kennedy. This guy was 6 or 7 feet away, and again, no gunpowder residue on his hand. The sheriff was never even accused of anything, and he never had any gunpowder test on his hand or his fingernails. But I believe that book was suppressed by our own FBI because it probably revealed the truth. Robert F. Kennedy was killed by somebody in our government. That's what it looked more and more like. Why would they pull 50,000 copies of a book that was revealing all these things about the missing panels in the roof of the Ambassador Hotel? Yeah, it's crazy. I have an actual artifact from the Ambassador Hotel, Coconut Grove, from the year that this happened. It was in the hotel when Bobby Kennedy was killed. Let me bring it to you. You know, Marilyn Monroe was very much involved with the Kennedys, as you probably know. She was killed before Bobby Kennedy. You know that too, right? But here is a beautiful actual ashtray. I almost want to wipe it off. It's dusty. See how dusty it is? From the Ambassador Hotel, Los Angeles, Coconut Grove. This is where Bobby Kennedy was killed. I picked this up in a garage sale. And so, I mean, I said, yeah, I'm going to grab it. I said, who knows? Somebody had it, you know. But yeah, what a tragic day. If you guys never had a chance to get to know Robert F. Kennedy, he was the true Democrat that probably would have beaten Richard Nixon. Everyone wanted him. He won the Democratic nomination that night. He was going to go on to take on Richard Nixon. And he was shot down in that kitchen area, blow to the head, killed, the prime of his life. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is now very vocal about the dangers of vaccines and fighting for our freedom to not be stuck with needles. And I really respect the Kennedys on that level. I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is doing a great job. Now, the other Kennedys in the family are alienating him because they think that they should be pro-vaccine. But Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has revealed recently that with his study that he's been doing, sanctioned by Trump, by the way, has revealed recently that the vaccine companies have not been following protocol. They're not testing vaccines for safety. Yeah, here he is, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's very outspoken right now, and I really applaud his work. I really do. He's doing a great job exposing the vaccine companies. They haven't done the successful testing on the many vaccines that interact in our bloodstream when we're injected. And because the CDC has not done that, thanks to his research, we need to get on this and make sure the CDC is above board instead of so hiding and secret about all their actions. I believe that the CDC has been suppressing information about the dangers of vaccines, and I think he does too. So yeah, we'd like to get to the bottom of that one. That would be great, because no one wants to be stuck with a needle. I mean, there's nothing more important than our own bodies, right? And our Fourth Amendment rights to not have a legal search and seizure. Well, when they're sticking a pin in your body and injecting you with God knows what, that's pretty much a violation of your privacy, don't you think? Well, let's be clear. I am not a crook. I'm going to go ahead and darken my face a little bit. Yeah, I noticed that I need that spray-on tan that Trump has, but I don't want to use, carrot juice on my body. I can do it with lighting. It's a little bit better. I don't know. If I go down there, let's see if I go up here. That's better. Okay. Well, let's be clear. I don't do blackface anymore. I told you the only way I do blackface is if Michelle Obama ran for president. And Oprah, obviously could still run, but I doubt it. Well, I do believe that people are offended by blackface. I don't believe it's racist in nature. I believe that it's freedom of expression, and I couldn't have done an impersonation of Barack Obama if I'd done it in whiteface. Well, let's be clear. Michael and I are in a homosexual relationship, and he's a transgender. That just doesn't fly, You don't really know what to expect from that. I, unlike Larry Sinclair, do not have an addiction to crack cocaine like Barack Obama did. But it's interesting, he said that he smoked crack cocaine with Barack Obama. And this guy is a pretty brave homosexual man. Watch this.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Yeah, I really respect Larry Sinclair's effort to come out, telling people that clearly he was a homosexual who was a prostitute. And he openly admitted that he had done this to a state senator, Barack Obama. And Obama never sued him for defamation of character at all. Now, there are people saying some bad things about Trump that are just being taken out of the entire White House. This story just came in earlier. I'll show it to you. U.S. President Donald Trump's personal assistant has been forced to resign from the White House. Madeleine Westerhout, White House aide, fired after leaks on the Trump family. So he just got her out of the scene completely. Wow. She was abruptly removed on Thursday after the president learned she'd been talking to reporters at a dinner this month, claiming she had access to the president. She's now considered a separated employee and is going to be barred from returning to the executive mansion on Friday. I don't know. You got to wonder, did Madeleine just say she didn't want to, perform certain duties? Right. I think you know what I mean, right? Maybe she didn't perform the duties necessary, like the kneeling pad and Hope Hicks used during the... All right, well, you can go there if you want. I just believe that another beautiful woman has been jilted by Donald, who probably was jilted by them. Something's weird about a guy who surrounds himself with beautiful women like Westerhout. Ms. Westerhout clearly is Beautiful brunette. And then if Donald doesn't want a brunette, he can have, right. Carolyn Sunshine. She's his assistant press aide. Yeah, so he's got Carolyn Sunshine. What does he need Madeline Westerhout for? Here's Carolyn Sunshine, a YouTube star that was brought into the White House and never mentioned in the mainstream media, is still working at the White House, by the way, as a press assistant. But look at how innocent she looks. Donald, I'm not going to do that. No, I refuse. I've got a YouTube reputation to protect. Donald, no, stop, no, stop that, Donald. Stop touching me. I have no idea if she's been touched or not. I'm just guessing, No, Republicans aren't that beautiful. Haven't you ever seen some real fat, piggy, greedy Republicans? Look at Bob. Yeah, Bob, the guy. Yeah, he's not that beautiful. Actually, he's a good-looking guy. You're right. Well, I don't know. As a press assistant, Carolyn Sunshine, Madeline Westerhout, I mean, all these people are just... what's wrong with Trump? Why is he surrounding the White House with such beautiful people, the beautiful people? I mean, what's going on with him? And he hardly spends any time with Melania. He calls her it. Yeah, Melania. Trump was seen acting like Melania was a dog or something the other day. Yeah, we saw a picture of it. He patted his leg like, here girl. Yeah. Yes, the president patted his leg for Melania to walk it to him like a dog, and let's stop acting surprised. Here we go. And this played the other day. I mean, we might as well see it. Here, girl. Here, Melania. He calls her it, lovingly. And of course, she doesn't really care. Let's see if we can get a picture of this. Here it is. Here, girl. Come here. There you go. Okay, you're on cue. Here we go. Come on, girl. Come here. Hot pat. Here, girl. Okay. Oh, here we go. I know, I'm not going to be a nitpicker. I'd rather talk about Madeline Westerhout, what she really said, and what got her really fired. I'm wondering what's going on. I'm wondering if somebody paid Omarosa money to not write that book. Remember when Omarosa said that Trump was using the N-word left and right? She said she was writing a book. Where is she now? Oh, Omarosa. Here's a woman who likes to get the spotlight. Where is she now? She's on Facebook. Got no news from Omarosa. I mean Omarosa, yes. Omarosa thinks Trump will help Sean Spicer win dance contest. Dancing with Stars. So she has made a comment, but she hasn't finished that book, and we're still wondering, is she being paid off? Remember she said she was going to write a book, a tell-all, and she hasn't done anything. Maybe she doesn't know how to write. Okay, 2 days ago she said, or 8 days ago she said, Omarosa thinks Trump will help Sean Spicer win the Dancing with Stars competition. So somebody got to this woman. Yeah. It's just like Sean Spicer and Omarosa are the two least interesting characters in the entire Trump administration. They must be like working together to kind of minimize the damage they've had on the president. Now that he's escaped the Democrats' accusations of Russian involvement, which I think still is going on. There's more than enough evidence that Donald Trump is working for Russia because he's hiding his taxes. Let's face it. Oh, I'd gladly show you 10 years of my taxes, but we haven't seen any. And recently, Deutsche Bank is admitting that Russian oligarchs are underwriting Donald Trump's loans. I mean, you think she was threatened? I wouldn't doubt somebody got to Omarosa, yeah. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse, okay? You don't write your book and Mr. Trump is going to let you, do your thing. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you never know. Trump allegedly threatened a lot of people. Yeah. According to the woman who was allegedly raped at the age of 13 by Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Jeffrey Epstein standing next to her. Justice for Katie. That woman claimed that Trump's thugs were threatening to kill her. That's why she had to drop the charges. I'm not making this up, people. Remember Stormy Daniels when she said that some thug came up to her and said, "Oh, you better drop that Trump thing," and then turned to her daughter in the SUV she was standing next to and said, "Oh, what a pretty little daughter. We wouldn't want anything to happen to her mother, would we?" That's a death threat. So is this guy running around getting his goons to threaten people to not talk about what they did? And where is Karen McDougal's Tell All? Where's that book? I mean, I thought that was going to be released by now. You notice how that's disappeared as well? 8 months she's had allegedly had a relationship with Donald Trump. And of course, he did pay off Stormy Daniels. We know that for a fact. Giuliani admitted it. I mean, where is it? We're like sitting in La La Land with nobody making any strong case anymore in the mainstream media about Donald Trump and all his transgressions of behavior. He's getting a pass, and this guy doesn't deserve a pass. The video is freezing right now. I'm revving up, and the video is freezing. I hear you. Don't worry, be happy. Took like 5 hours to get into our chat room the other night. He was being censored, and he couldn't even get in until like the end of the show. Thanks for being here, man. Something's happening to your feed on your end. I don't know. Bob is a former Marine. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. It's choppy, Nard said. See, something's happening on my end. If you don't mind, let me check just do a little speed test here. Yeah, I'll just check this out. Hold, please. Let's see what my speed is. Okay, download's affected because I'm going through a VPN. Let's see what upload's doing. It's only cresting at about 5. Okay. Yeah, my upload's compromised. Yeah, I normally have about 10 megabyte, but I have to go through a VPN, so it shortens the megabyte speed per second. It could be the Mossad is interfering because everything I'm saying is spot on, exposing the very corrupt dimension of the Trump administration and how they've got deep pockets and how they're supporting Trump because they own him, they control him. He has a lot of debt. Trump owes China $600 million. He owes Deutsche Bank $1 billion. He has combined debt of $2.6 billion. It costs $30 million a month for Trump to pay the interest on his debt. Video's down. Yeah, they're censoring me big time. Yep. Censorship. Every time I hit on the true points that are happening, I'm being shut down on your end. So if you guys are watching this in recorded broadcast on YouTube, you're getting a better video than the people that are actually watching it live. Anyway, I would love to take you to another layer of this disastrous president. Kicking out a perfectly good intern who is a top quality person is another example of how Trump is behaving. You got to know, I would love to know what she said. You know, why she was kicked out. What's her story? It can't just be she said something at the table saying she has access to the president. That's BS. There's something more to this story. Madeline Westerhout is definitely a beautiful woman who may have been in a very weird situation with the president. You know, the Me Too generation has not even come into fruition yet. Harvey Weinstein is still unprosecuted. He hasn't been acquitted yet, but Harvey Weinstein very likely is not going to be prosecuted unless the Sopranos star, a woman who claimed that he raped her. Her testimony is being rung through in New York. If that comes true, and it really is enough to convince a jury, Weinstein could face a life in prison as a maximum sentence. Okay, I've got some sad news for people who followed media and TV back in the 60s, or excuse me, 70s. The legendary Valerie Harper has finally passed away. She has succumbed to brain cancer. I assume that that's what it was the cause of death. She was diagnosed with brain cancer about 4 or 5 years ago. They only given a year to live, but she made it all these years. So she really stands out as an amazing woman. Her sitcom Rhoda won awards, and she was with Ed Asner in this picture here, receiving a Golden Globe, or an Emmy rather. And here's a picture with Mary Tyler Moore and Cloris Leachman back in 1999. But yeah, Valerie Harper was a really fun and energetic actress. I had a chance to actually go look eye to eye to her in a shopping center in California one year. I was looking up at the balcony, and I looked up, I saw Valerie Harper looking at me, and we made eye contact, briefly. And I said to myself, that's Valerie Harper. And there she is. So she will be remembered by many people for her charming personality and amazing wit. A true comedian of the old school. Okay, we got good news from this front too. The Mexican government and the Mexican Navy, and I applaud them, they have actually done something really good. They seized 52,000 pounds of fentanyl from China. Fantastic. 52,000 pounds of fentanyl. Now last year, 47 pounds were found of fentanyl by our U.S. Border Patrol. Only 47 pounds. This was 52,000 pounds of fentanyl in a container marked for a sweetener. And had this container, a Danish ship arriving from Shanghai, mismarked, had it been real sugar for sports drinks, electrolytes and sports drinks it was categorized as, it could have killed 150 million people. So the Mexican government has done a very good thing by apprehending this. The Navy of Mexico intercepted the unloaded 40-foot container August 24th, originating from Shanghai, and was bound for a cartel home base in Culiacan, 300 miles north of the port. Boy, this is incredible. I mean, if that had been put into our food supply, it would kill 150 million people. Donald, if you're listening, you need to open up discussions with China about the fentanyl they're producing in Shanghai. I have a lot of stories, many stories with Hollywood stars. Yeah. I mean, I grew up in LA, so, you end up running into these people and having, cross paths. Yeah, I spent 35 years of my life in LA. If you try to click arrows that take you to PayPal to donate to Mark before watching, Dave. Huh. You can't burn fentanyl? I don't know. No encounters of John Travolta. I missed him by that much. Missed it by that much. He actually shopped at a store that I used to work at. I used to work at an antique store in a high posh area of Santa Monica, and it was amazing. He came in the store that I worked at and bought some magazines on aviation. I never got a chance to meet him though. I heard about the sale, but yeah. Are you still worried about the caliphate? It was the caliphate. You didn't hear that was a fake event. The government had paid $540 million to create fake green screen videos. No, I was never cast in movies, no. Well, try to be less rude there. Yeah, I don't donate to Mark. I refuse to donate, and I don't understand why he's pitching people like he's poor. He's made millions of dollars on censoring us. It's kind of amazing. There was a guy on Dynasty who is now a famous director in Hollywood named Al Corley. And he actually he was mistaken for me back in the day. I was mistaken for him, rather. He was mistaken for me. But Al Corley was a guy who apparently had a big career. At one point, I walked onto the set of Dynasty, and they said, "Al, is that you?" For real. I did drop my lobby card off with them, but they never called me. Yeah, I look a lot like the guy, I think. Yeah, but I don't know anymore if we look alike. I mean, that's kind of a stretch. I'm much older than he is. No, I don't know. We might be the same age. I'm not really sure. He's now a director. He's worth quite a bit of money. I don't know. He must have done really well with his contacts. Yeah. He looks a little like me. Yeah. I would say. Okay. Thank you for giving me this time to talk about myself. I need to get something done, and I'll be back in just a bit. Sarah, as you know, is not here right now because she's actually having fun with her family. There's a lot of things going on in our area, so she's out having fun with her family, and I will be giving you more information in just a few minutes. I'm going to play you a video I made in 2009, walking on the beach with Sarah, and you get to see that, and I'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David John Sponheim. It's been about 100 days since Barack Obama took office as President of the United States. In that time period, he spent close to $3.2 trillion. Money we don't have. Money we won't even have in the next 10 years. And I'm beginning to think that he's not the guy for the job. And if you agree with me, and like many Democrats, I left the Democratic Party because Barack Obama didn't really come across as an honest person to me. So I suggest you vote for me in 2012 as an America's third party candidate and begin changing this government from the top down. Bring honesty back to America. Bring honesty back to politics. And that's what I think we can do. So join us and visit us every day at Blog TV. blogtv.com/people/America's Third Party. We're on every day trying to talk to you and trying to find out how you feel about this country. We're walking along the beach here in Washington, and it's so beautiful. And like I said, this is the environment we want to protect all around the country. But the problem is, we've got a president named Barack Obama who spent the last 100 days spending money we don't have, money that our children and their children don't have. And we're wondering what the heck is going on. Well, I can tell you one thing. I can manage this country a lot better than Barack Obama. I'm David John Sponheim. And I think the key is to actually find the waste. Now, Barack Obama said he's going to find $2 trillion in waste. I want to see him find that waste before he starts spending our money. And I can guarantee you I could find that waste, and then I'll direct that money to jobs, green tech jobs. With a 6-week to 6-month training period, everybody could be working and getting a good job, good employment, good living wage.
All right, so I'm just warming something in the oven there. I look like a guy, okay. I'm definitely a prophet of some sort. I'm a prophet for Mark. He makes lots of money. You're right, I do look a lot like this actor, Don, Cheadle, yep. I could be an African-American version. I mean, I would be a Caucasian version of him, but yeah, we have a very similar face. You see? Very similar. Yeah. Don Cheeto is his name? Okay. People don't drive at the beach in our area. We have a place you can walk. Why would I drive? Yeah, Nard says Dave, Trump is now wasting that money on playing golf. I know. You know why Trump plays golf, by the way? Well, yeah, he plays golf because every time the Secret Service follows him around, they have to hire rooms to stay in at the golfing places where he has hotels. So Donald Trump, when he needs to make like a little bit of extra cash, he just has the Secret Service follow him to the golfing hotels, charge them $600 a night for a hotel room, and I'm sure there's a couple Secret Service agents going, we better fit 3 guys in this room at this price. And I bet some are sleeping on the couch because he literally is charging our country a crap load of money. Donald Trump makes 255 times more money than he would have had he just been receiving a $400,000 paycheck by doing this. It's 255 times as much money. That means he's making tons of money, like millions of dollars on his activities, and using Secret Service to pay for hotel rooms is one of them. There's a good possibility Trump is trying to worsen our trade relationship with China in order to actually have his debt surrendered. His millions of dollars he owes Chinese government or Chinese banks, Donald Trump has borrowed money from China, and the millions of dollars that he owes them could very well be in the debate over whether China is going to have trade with us or not. It could be why he's imposing tariffs, so that he has more trading leverage for him personally. And that's my suspicion, because everything points to him constantly making conflict of interest decisions regarding his personal business and his job as a president negotiating trade deals. It's beyond belief. I mean, I can't even believe I have to say that. I would have thought that the Democrats would have brought this entire thing to the forefront, but they're like, no. Ever since Pelosi took over the Democratic voice, it's like, I don't think impeachment is necessary right now. we have more important things, like amnesty for illegals and Medicare for all. Okay, I got to go to the microwave right now, but I've got the other video from 11 years ago when I first started. I'll play that too.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on the bumps because those tires are high pressure, just to make sure that it goes as far as it can on that gallon of gas. Anyway, enjoy the show. We're going to be having a show every day, Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. on Blog TV, and I'm going to be talking about issues from renewable energy to getting out of Iraq. Thanks for listening, and don't miss our show. Thanks a lot.
So you can see I've gotten a little bit older. Yeah. Hey, what's going on here? Yeah, I had to play that. I had to turn on the washing machine. So, you know, it's me trying to do my best back when Obama was clearly lying to the American people about everything. And now we have 8 years of Obama and now 3 years of Trump, and we still haven't accomplished anything. They're wasting $1 trillion over budget every year. They haven't trimmed the cost of anything. We keep paying more and more for healthcare, not less and less. Thank you, Odin. Yeah, well, I look 10 years younger. I was 11 years younger there. Yeah, that was me 11 years ago. Well, thank you, Odin. Are you still trying to destroy the caliphate? Okay, well, I'm not sure where that's going, but you can't come over and just in any way promote that. So I'm going to give you a reprieve. You could not possibly have wanted to do that, but you're not inventor Jim Genius, so you're definitely banned here. That was not the real inventor Jim Genius. Hey, and yeah, we've got a very quiet room at iVlog tonight. I guess the censorship has been kicking in over there, so Tiddly D is in there as our op. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thankfully, we had great links brought to us by Max, and I was overcome by his links because they were coming at me so fast, but he really wanted to go to bed, so he dropped his links, and I picked him up. Anyway, that was my attempt to start out of nowhere, and we never realized we'd be censored for 11 years. I thought I'd get some press, but I got virtually no press whatsoever. After I did the blackface video in 2009, I did that right after I made this video. I started to get press. It wasn't good. It was bad press. Rolling Stone called me a bizarre fringe candidate. That's the only time I was ever mentioned. Pretty weird. So the Indian nation is under siege. They are trying to stop Kashmir and completely remove the rights of the Kashmir people. And Imran Khan is actually expressing deep concern as Prime Minister of Pakistan. Mr. Khan is saying, hey, we are right on the brink of nuclear war with India. No, I don't have a pact with the devil, McDundee, no. I do it. I'll tell you frankly, I use a thing called age regression therapy. Yeah. And it's not something you would even be able to look up. It's called ART. It doesn't exist. I created that acronym, ART, age reduction therapy. And what I do is a variety of things that are well known, actually. We're talking about eating right, doing the right types of things that you need to do to have at least 6 hours of sleep a night. Maintain your vitamin health, eat superfoods. This is how you do it. I'm just telling you. No, I've never been to an AIPAC convention. I never will. I will not in any way cater to AIPAC. I'm the one exposing the Zionist underbelly. I'm going too fast. Should I fast in order to slow down?
Hello, my name is Jay and welcome back to my Tech Vault. Today we're going to talk about DDR5, the type of RAM that we're expecting to see over the next couple of years. And there's been a couple questions lately brought up on this channel about like when should we expect to see it? You know, what will it be?
Jay's Tech Vault. I'll add myself to that video library. I'll watch it tonight. Thank you. Yeah, researchers are coming up with this amazing new fruit relationship to anti-aging. Like I said earlier, they've discovered a way of slowing the aging process down, eating lots of fruit. It's an element called physatin, and it's in very many fruits and vegetables. It's a coloring agent that seems to have the ability to extend your cell life. They're trying it on mice, but they're getting good results. My uncle lived to be 96, and one of the things he did was he ate 2 hot dogs a day with lots of yellow mustard. And I don't think it was the hot dogs that made him live long. I think it was the yellow mustard. Yellow mustard has a thing in it called turmeric. which I eat a lot of. Turmeric is found in, it's an Indian spice in curry, but it's also in yellow mustard. And this is something that you may want to consider adding to your diet if you want to, feel younger and live longer. Also, cut your intake in half. If you're overeating, that can cause problems aging. If you're eating too much sugar, that can create problems with aging. Sarah does not like hot dogs. She'll never eat one unless I overcook it on a grill. She said she'll have that. But turmeric is being studied by the University of San Francisco. And they've got a gerontology clinic there to extend life. And they found that turmeric is one of the 5 different elements they're adding to a cocktail that is turning into a pill. I don't know if they're going to develop this pill for public consumption, but they're testing it. I'm anti-Zionist. Hello. Yeah, I don't support the Zionist directive of now New World Order. The original Zionist directive back in the 1890s was to create a state of Israel. And even Hitler was a Zionist. Trump is a Zionist. Biden is a Zionist. People don't know that. You like the big dogs? Sarah told me that hot dogs are made out of, chicken lip and pork lip and stuff like that. And I think she's right. It's got lots of byproducts in it. I wouldn't want to eat hot dogs on a regular basis. This right. Turmeric is found in curry. It is in most curry, and yes. Ginger is type of turmeric, yes. Ginger is good for you too. Yeah, you saw the thing that, Daryl, that they put out there. Yeah, that's just slander, Daryl. You can't put that in the show. You can't copy slanderous statements about me and put it in the show. Sorry, Daryl. That's not cool. Well, in New York, I was thinking that de Blasio, New York City's mayor, was trying to make hot dogs illegal. He hasn't done that to the hot dog vendors. He's just pulled hot dogs from government-issued food into the prisons and whatnot. I am trying to work on my Indian accent. He didn't make you donate to the show to watch it. No, you never had to do that. Yeah, who would give money to a site that spends millions of dollars to censor and slander me? Exactly. Thank you. Dorian is now a Category 4 hurricane, everybody. Thanks, Nard. And Tiddly D says, sorry I'm so quiet. I'm dispatching at the same time. You're doing dispatch work. Oh, wow. Tiddly D's working at the job, and he's still online. Wow. Thank you, Tiddly D. You're awesome, man. He's probably a dispatcher for maybe an Uber dispatcher, or yeah. Comey is a disgraced, dirty cop. I can tell you things about Comey that I think are very disturbing. Comey was the single most important person in influencing the election. His declaration that Hillary was being investigated for criminal charges after the Anthony Weiner laptop was found was totally reckless. And when asked, why did you do that? His response was ridiculous. He said that he knew she was going to win, therefore it wouldn't matter. 11 days before the election, he said that Hillary Clinton was being investigated for criminal charges. 5 months before the election, Comey had all of the dossier, the sex tape that was used by the Russians to blackmail our president, and that came out during the Mueller testimony. I can't even believe our country is even sitting on that testimony. I mean, Mueller outright said that Trump was blackmailed by the Russians over the sex tape. And Comey knew about that 5 months in advance. Why didn't he say he was opening a criminal investigation then? Because Comey is deep state. He is completely a part of a big cabal. And he's been a big part of it since he was director of the FBI for years. Mueller, too. Mueller was part of the director of the FBI. Mueller's the guy that signed off on the 9/11 Commission report and said it was perfectly fine, when in fact they never even took into account demolition as the cause of the trade towers going down. Mueller's suspicious too. So both of these people, big deep state agents working to get Trump elected. Trump, we find out, knew that the Russians were helping him prior to the election and never ever did a thing. Epstein wasn't murdered. No. Epstein's still alive. He was taken out through a side door. There was videotape that was destroyed in the prison. This is why we need a grand jury investigation. I mean, this is serious, folks. We're not getting a grand jury investigation. We're getting William Barr saying we need to do something. William Barr's father hired Jeffrey Epstein at a prep school to molest little girls or teach them math, one or the other. Yeah, William Barr's father, Donald, virtually hired Jeffrey Epstein as his first job, and Epstein didn't even have a degree in mathematics at a college. What's that tell you? William Barr should recuse himself. He can't possibly investigate Jeffrey Epstein. We need a grand jury investigation right now. I can't believe this is going on, and I'm having to watch the show daily. Seeing these news items pop in front of my eyes. Had I been president back in 2008, 2009.
So let's get this country back on track.
We would not have ever had a Jeffrey Epstein situation on our hands. That man would have been arrested on his island and never released. He would have been put in federal custody and sent to Supermax. If he indeed was an intelligence asset, I would have pursued that solely as the beginning of a big, huge mystery, and we would have been deep into it by now. Ghislaine Maxwell would have been arrested. The two girls that were wranglers for Jeffrey Epstein would have been interviewed recently. They haven't. I would have definitely shut down the entire island. And most of all, had I been president now, I would have been working toward a complete reveal. We need to get cadaver dogs out to that island. I need jackhammers and cadaver dogs brought to that island. The only way we're going to find what is buried in freshly poured concrete is cadaver dogs. I'm sorry to say. There's been a major cover-up on that island. And you know what's strange? The day after Epstein died, New York PD and the FBI were out there. They didn't have a standing order to get any information in the trial that now is being thrown out. There was no standing order to get information out of that island. It's like they went there to suppress evidence and steal evidence. Now, what really shocked me was when a drone was flying over the Epstein Island, and it showed that the FBI and New York PD were there, and they put cardboard over the windows to try to cover up what they were doing. I mean, we saw that on our show. What is the FBI and the NYPD hiding about Jeffrey Epstein's orgy island? What's going on? And why are they now throwing the case out like it doesn't even matter? That is really wild. Total cover-up. Trump is seizing private property for his wall? Don't say he didn't warn you, GOP. Yeah. We're going to build a very large wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. The president of the U.S. was encouraging aides to break the law by seizing swaths of private property along the southwest border to build a wall. It might have caused more than a day's ripple, but after all, legitimate controversy over the promiscuous threat of eminent domain dogged Governor Rick Perry for a full decade, prompting him to eventually abandon his dreams of a trans-Texas corridor toll road. Huh. Anytime there's an assertion that Obama was going to use eminent domain, it was completely shunned. We are accustomed to some ideological shape-shifting, but now it's okay. Yeah. So, yeah. This is obviously an LA Times article that is trying to rag on Trump. The wall needs to be built, and we have the ability. Now that we got $2.5 billion have been allocated, and Trump used the same method I said he should use. I said, you need to make this a military directive and just allocate the money that way. He did, finally got the money. But he also used FEMA money, which is now earmarked for projects like the Category 4 hurricane that's bearing down in Florida right now. Well, Trump can't even properly spend money. He could have easily built a container wall for $1 billion. Made it of containers, $2,000 a piece for these 40-foot containers, stacked one on top of the other, linked together with pins and welded. We can build 1,000 miles just simply stacking containers next to each other in a linear fashion. We could build that for a 1,000-mile container fence for $1 billion. But Trump doesn't want anything to do with it because his cronies can't make money on it. That's the inherent problem. They want to make money constantly. Cronies making money the old-fashioned way, stealing it. Good night, Ogden. Sleep well, man. Ciao. I'm not shaking, don't worry. I have total control over all of my extended arm pieces. Ciao, man. Cheers. Man, it's insanely busy tonight. I got $90 rides waiting on drivers to become available. Wow. Tiddly D made $270 last night, working 6.5 hours, setting up drivers on a taxi service, I guess. And now he's got $90 rides waiting on drivers to become available. It's like, wow, people just want to get somewhere on a Friday night. This must be wild, Tiddly. I'm glad some of you tuned me in at work. That's kind of cool. Kreller's Donuts. Well, that's exciting. Okay, thank you for showing me how to make donuts. Appreciate it. It's not really relevant to our show, though. Five minutes way to make delicious honeycomb. Okay, I'll add it to our link library tonight. Why not? I'm desperate for links every night. We put videos out for you guys to watch, so I'll play it. And we got 27 seconds of the Brexit party. MEPs turn their backs during European anthem at Parliament's opening session. Boris Johnson of the Parliament, as Prime Minister, has said to the Parliament they can't talk about Brexit. Nigel Farage wants it to be a quick and immediate Brexit. And now some people are turning their backs on everything going on. Let's take a look. Look at that. They're literally turning their backs on the entire group. They won't even admit it. They're not even going to allow themselves to add support for Boris Johnson. I think Boris Johnson needs to get a different hairstylist. Now we have a story from the monster Madam Ghislaine Maxwell. This story also relative to the story. Now they just dropped charges against Epstein, but it should have gone on to Ghislaine Maxwell, who apparently is getting protection because she's involved in intelligence gathering. So Jeffrey Epstein was luring people to his orgy island to trap them in a sex act with a young person, videotape it, and use it against people. And apparently Epstein's been doing this for intelligence gathering, meaning he's working with the CIA and Mossad. Ghislaine Maxwell sexually abused two sisters and threatened to kill them if they exposed abuse. Wow. She's not some sweet lady, allegedly. She's long been known to be a former partner and associate of Epstein, who killed himself, allegedly, earlier this month. I still don't believe it. While awaiting sex trafficking charges, she's alleged to have been party to abuse carried out by Epstein. Maria Farmer says she suffered abuse after meeting Epstein in 1996 when she was 25. Wow. The British socialite has also featured in numerous accounts given by Epstein's victims, cast as an aggressive assistant who would allegedly scout for and offer to help vulnerable youngsters. She has now been accused of violently groping Maria Farmer. Ghislaine Maxwell was violently groping this woman, who was 25 when she met Maxwell and Epstein in 1996, as well as her sister Annie, who was 16. Now, Maxwell has also denied any wrongdoing, but I don't even see Maxwell's testimony anywhere. It's like she's not even appearing in front of anyone. She hasn't gone to any inquests. She was introduced to the pair at a graduation show from the New York Academy of Art, where she was enrolled in 1993 after moving to New York to pursue a career as an artist. She said Epstein later called her to offer her a job acquiring art on his behalf and managed the entrance to a townhouse he was renovating. Her sister Annie is seen wearing glasses, also alleges abuse. Wow. She was introduced to Epstein's odd life, often seeing young women passing through for what Maxwell described as modeling auditions for lingerie retailer Victoria's Secret. He literally pretended to be a modeling agent for Victoria's Secret, getting all these women to wear, revealing panties and underwear. There was no reason for her to touch me that way, she says. They had a driver, and he would be driving along, and Ghislaine would say, "Get that girl." And they'd stop, and she'd run out and get the girl and talk to her. So they've been corralling young women off the street, and they're getting away with it. And this guy's probably alive, running around doing it again now. Well, Tiddly, I'm glad you're getting business. He's getting phone rings off the hook. He can't help but be busy. Busy. That's good for you, man. And Scissor Fight, hey, welcome to the show, man. Scissor Fight's here. Well, yeah, human trafficking is happening all the time in developing countries, but in our country alone, we have 55,000 kids missing a year. We don't know what happened to them. They could have been killed. Our government's doing next to nothing to stop this. Yeah, everywhere women are desperate for money, sure, and they can be exploited that way, but this is a serial offender. And like I said earlier in the show, yeah. Yep, earlier in the show, we're seeing all kinds of weird things happening at the Epstein Orgy Island. There was a photograph taken in 2007. One guy looked at really closely of one of the sets of video cam shots that he had off of his monitor. And there were like 10 cameras rolling in one of his monitor shots. And one guy zoomed in on this one photograph in the corner left. And it turns out it looked like a dungeon with 5 or 6 underage minors sitting on buckets. I'm not making this up. It looked like body parts on the table. I'm serious. So if there was a murder that happened on Orgy Island, we wouldn't know about it because our government's not even pursuing cadaver dogs or anything on that island. It's like they're trying to get rid of any evidence instead of pursuing a real case. Scissor Fight brought us a link from Politico dealing with the Madeleine Westerhout firing. We don't really know exactly what she said, but I think it's something else. Here Madeleine is seen with, yeah. And the new Fox reporter, former press secretary, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. But his personal assistant has been fired after comments about Ivanka and Tiffany. All right. She was fired after bragging to reporters that she had a better relationship with Trump than his own daughters, Ivanka and Tiffany. And the president did not like being in pictures with Tiffany because he perceived her as overweight. Given Westerhout's sensitive role as a confidant of the president, the few details the White House shared about her abrupt firing sent the political media class into a quiet frenzy on Thursday night and Friday. The critical comments have happened at off-the-record dinner, according to 2 people. That Westerhout and Deputy White House Press Secretary Hogan Gidley had earlier this month with reporters recovering Trump's vacation at his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey. At some point, Gidley left the restaurant for a television interview. During that time, around 45 minutes to an hour, Westerhout made the comments to the reporters. Well, apparently that got her fired, but who, you got to wonder, what else does she know? Westerhout's a very pretty woman. And what else does she know about this story? Trump said he would speak by phone with Tiffany when he reached Camp David, disputing that he had ever personally disparaged his daughter. And he said, "I love Tiffany," he said. And White House and Westerhout declined to comment. Well, if something happened, if it was just slander against his daughters, I could understand him kicking her out. That's serious. Do you prefer fat women in the White House? I don't think Tiffany Trump is fat. No, even if she was slightly larger, Believe me, Tiffany Trump is also a very beautiful woman. Yes, in her own right. I've never seen a single photograph of Tiffany Trump overweight. So I think Donald is right to fire her. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, there's just no way that, no. She's a very beautiful woman, as is Ivanka, who stays really thin. But yeah, it's in the news. It's all over the news. Trump's 28-year-old personal assistant was reportedly fired over these statements. I was looking for, could you get my kneeling pad? Madeline, could you come in and take over for Hope Hicks? She's gone. See, he has a thing for brunettes and blondes. Like I said earlier, Carolyn Sunshine. Wow. Well, if I were Madeline Westrad, I would write a book. You know, that's bound to sell at least $1 million worth of. It's got to have sordid details of what she did as Trump's ass-ist aunt. You don't care where women come from, they were all created to please guys? No way. Sorry, buddy. You are a total misogynist, Prep. Your wife, Meredith, must have dealt with your misogyny when she was a living. How can you say such a thing? Objectifying women and saying they should be used. What makes a man more powerful sexually than a woman? She could leak into the, yeah. Okay, we have another picture. Valerie Harper died, brain cancer. 5 years she battled it. But she lived longer than the diagnosis, that's for sure. Okay, President Trump's tweets sensitive surveillance image of Iran. Are you serious? Oh my God, this guy is loose lips sink ships, people. This president is beyond incompetent. Look at this. Oh my gosh. A commercial satellite image from the company Maxar, an image tweeted by President, appears to be of better quality. So this was the dulled down image down below. This is what it's been dumbed down to. But this is the high-end image that shows all the details. Trump just tweeted that like it was no big deal. He's tweeted what experts say is almost certainly an image from a classified satellite or drone showing the aftermath of an accident at an Iranian space facility. The United States was not involved in the catastrophic accident during final launch preparations for the Space Launch Vehicle launch at Senman Launch Site 1 in Iran, the president said in a tweet that accompanied the image on Friday. I wish Iran best wishes and good luck in determining what happened to Site 1. What an idiot. Why would he wish Iran good luck when he continues to impose sanctions against their country and never released Meng from okay, well, geez, this is getting more and more complicated. Meng, the CFO of Huawei, was arrested because she allegedly sold telecommunications to Iran during the economic sanctions that Trump imposed, which I never would have. Consequently, Trump and China are not getting along very well. Well, instead of renouncing those things, he's doubling down on them and making them more and more an issue. I don't know. I doubt Meredith saw herself as an object of your sexual desire, Prep. Sounds to me more like you abused Meredith before her final days. I feel bad for you. And for Meredith. Well, you know, Meng might be a spy, but it's not going well for our nation to have economic sanctions against a country that we're not benefiting from. 18 of our allies are pissed off. Japan can't even get their oil without being harassed, and Trump allegedly claiming that Iran is bombing their oil tankers when there's no proof of that. It's like Trump really wants to start a war really bad with Iran, and then he sends this supercilious, saccharine sweet statement like, oh, I hope that the space facility is going to be better. This guy's a scumbag, and the Iranian people are thinking, wow, we'll never have any peace here in our country. I'm not an Iranian, so I don't really care what they do. But I'm just imagining, you know, where we're going with this. We're heading toward war, not peace. Trump is a divider, not a uniter. Pro-Trump super PAC paid thousands to firm owned by Trump's campaign manager. Really? Meet Trump's 2020 campaign chairman. Oh my, what is this guy from Russia? It looks like he's Vladimir. Are you going to be the campaign chairman for Mr. Trump? He's hired Bradley Parscale, was the digital media director of Trump's 2016 campaign, and devout Mormon or something. For years, he could be Quaker. He designed websites and digital strategy for the Trump organization. Oh yeah. I don't know. I wonder if he's Russian. He had no political experience before joining the campaign in 2015. Now he's going to be in charge. He optimized Trump's digital ads. He had Facebook, Google, and Twitter employees embedded with him.
Email. I want to know every single secret button, click, technology you have. I want to know everything you would tell Hillary's campaign plus some. And I want your people here to teach me how to use it.
Parscale had significant influence beyond digital strategies, including TV buys and fundraising. Okay, well, the fact that he looks Russian doesn't mean he's not colluding with Russia. I mean, he would have been at the very heart of what Mueller said Trump knew about. Trump knew in advance that Russia was rigging the election in his favor, and he never reported it. So this guy would have been at the forefront of that. This guy doesn't need a job. He needs to be indicted for colluding with Russia. I cannot believe where our country is at right now. We are sitting in La La Land because Nancy Pelosi doesn't have a brain cell to realize that if she doesn't file an impeachment hearing against Donald Trump, the Democrats will lose the 2020 election, guaranteed. Nancy Pelosi is taking the Democratic Party down the toilet. How Do I Live? Cover by Leanne Rimes. No, I don't play videos with just same people in it. Yeah. Okay. David, me and Meredith were married for 50 years. There was no one for anything stopping her from leaving me, so she obviously agreed. She tacitly agreed. She put up with your womanizing misogyny while she secretly hated you for treating her like an object. Poor Meredith. She must have been brutally victimized by your verbal insults and claiming that you could do any woman you wanted. I'm really feeling sorry for Meredith now. Yeah. How are you after falling in the shower last night? Are you doing okay? That's just amazing, Scissor Fight. Thanks for making me aware of that guy. Yeah, the guy looked like a Russian sympathizer. Now he's going to lead Trump's campaign for 2020. Well, Meredith is deceased now. She can't speak. The dead people tell no tales. So she'll never come out and say, Preparation H, you'd mistreated me and you told me made me feel small compared to all the other women. Ooh. Yeah. Well, it's better than a man feeling small compared to the other men. You know, women can really lay a guilt trip on you saying, oh, you weren't as big as my last boyfriend. What does that mean? I'm a big star. Okay, good news for all of you with bad teeth. This came in our pre-show. I talked about it. I'm looking to resurface my real teeth. I'm kind of tired of wearing press-on veneers. And I want my real teeth to look like this, you know? So I'm in a quest to find something that'll help restore my enamel. I think I found it. NewScientist.com has presented a gel that makes teeth repair themselves, could spell the end of fillings. Isn't that exciting? I can't wait till this technology comes around. They're using a blend of the same kind of material that goes into the making of enamel, and it's a finer grit, and apparently the gel actually helps your teeth reform enamel. Isn't that exciting? There's hope for you yet, Dave. My dentist told me I had 50% enamel loss. That was a shocker to me. It's like, gosh, check out that link. World's saddest rally, Donald Trump Jr. mocked for speaking to mostly an empty arena. No kidding. Check this out. Trump supporters are bailing after Trump said, you know, some pretty poignant statements. Especially that he was Yeah, Trump said he was the chosen one. Yeah, a lot of Christians don't like that. And being Trump's a Zionist, he's got to explain to Christians why Zionists think that Christians are worshiping idols when they believe in Jesus. He's got a lot of explaining to do, Trump does. But this is the world's saddest rally. Donald Trump Jr. mocked for speaking at a mostly empty arena. Let's take a look. Don't expect to hear much bragging about this crowd. His size problem. The president's son was bragging at a recent Kentucky rally. Local newspapers were only about 200 people showed up to hear Donald Jr. speak. Organizers were asked the audience to move out of the seats and closer to the stage instead of Trump Jr. so he could look like it was a bigger group. Like his father, Donald Jr. loves to mention crowd size whenever possible. Wow. And this place is packed. This is a big stadium, by the way. Yeah, and she's seen crowds in her life. Those are real big crowds.
Lining the streets. I'm going to West Virginia. We have a big crowd. Now I'm going to Iowa tonight. We have a big crowd.
Lately, the president's been rattled about crowd size when it compares to Elizabeth Warren's. Who's been drawing larger groups of people complaining that she still lied about her Cherokee ancestry. Yeah, the only reason why Elizabeth Warren's getting larger crowds is because she's lying about everything and people want to confront her and no one can. That woman needs to be charged with a crime and Trump should do it. Tiddly D says Mike Pence was out in Anderson, South Carolina the other day holding a speech. Cops were blocking the roadways and Secret Servicemen were in their SUVs. Whoop-de-doo. Mike Pence is Mr. so special, you know. God help us that we have people like Mike Pence as our vice president. He actually thinks he's communicating with Jesus, according to Omarosa. You know, I don't need to start a cult, Time Pilot. I've got a website that's rockin' ridiculous. It's awesome. If you haven't been to Cool Rock, check it out, man. You don't need a cult when you have a website as cool as Cool Rock. Yeah. I created Cool Rock, so it's an addition, but I originally created it in 1995, but I've turned it into our daily show because it's important everybody gets a chance to, you know, have fun, and it's free. And I don't charge cookies or grab cookies from you.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, so you can check out Web Oasis up here on the right. It's a great gateway to the internet. You can find all kinds of things here. This site rocks, absolutely rocks. I love it. But that's my best link there, Web Oasis. You can find the arcade over on the side here. That'll take you to an arcade button, which is really fun to play. You can play games. One guy made 5 million points on pinball watching our show. McDundy. Thank you, McDundy. But Cool Rock has a lot of fun stuff on it. You can play music while you're playing our show, interact with online artificial intelligence. It's interesting, the better syntax you make going in, the AI spits it out with better syntax. I've got a drum machine you can customize. You can also play the Piano Genie, where it turns your keyboard into an actual piano. Anyway, you've got harp. And down below, you've got amazing virtual reality croutons that take you to all kinds of places. Right in the middle is the type button. And next to that is this amazing gateway to virtual reality, cloud-based virtual reality, which is phenomenal. I can't even go into it. It's just every one of these croutons takes you to more and more interesting stuff. And if you want to hear the news from all sides, we've got the All Sides News Service. Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey's account has been hacked. Yeah, people are not happy with Jack Dorsey ever since he outlawed Pizzagate. You can't even use the word Pizzagate or your Twitter account is destroyed. He doesn't want to find out the truth about Pizzagate or Petagate. So now somebody hacked his personal account. Yeah. And this is coming from the left, the right, and the center. And all the stories are linking there as well. Madeline Westerhout, this is her story. And then the Juul CEO makes a statement as pressure on the company builds against the billion-dollar e-cigarette maker Juul. I have yet to see any scientific data saying that vapor has dangerous effects on people. I have yet to see that. Yet they continue to pitch the story that it's somehow bad for people. And I think it's the cigarette companies that are pushing. People who are addicted to cigarettes are getting vaporizers with nicotine in them, have a better experience, they say. Less resin in their lungs. I don't know. It's just, I'd like to see the long-term studies done on these e-cigarettes before I could make a comment. And this story is all about America. You can go to any one of these buttons and it'll show you the state that you're talking about. Here's the state of Maine. Whoa. That's weird. Yeah, they experienced a complete shutdown. Maine no longer has any more information. Isn't that strange? We just heard from people in Maine last night that they were having a problem with a gun grab over there. The government was seizing guns. I can't verify that. Let's go to New Hampshire and see if there's anything there. Oh, there it is. Okay, Maine's up and running. Good. The largest of the New England states in the area, Maine, 1820, was the 23rd state to join the Union. Yeah, so apparently Maine's okay. Good. I haven't heard anything negative about Maine lately. Okay, all those people are getting vaped are with e-juice. Okay, what's the case here? What are you talking about? Well, let's be clear. They may be vaping Chinese antifreeze e-juice. Yeah, it could be various grades of e-juice coming at people. So I'm not giving you a carte blanche okay to do e-juice. I just think vaping marijuana is the way to go. They make all kinds of vaporizers for marijuana, but they don't say it's for marijuana. You smoke good weed, really? You know, I don't smoke. I vape. Whenever I feel like really insomnia kicks in, I'll vape some indica. This liquid dab form of it's a double blended oil from the indica plant, and I put a little bit on my portable vaporizer, and just a little bit of this vapor in your. It makes you go to sleep. It literally helps you with your sleeping. The fix is in. The fake news report Dorian will strike Florida, yet there's an odd evaporation pattern that's visible. Huh. Oh, One Pacific Redwood has it.
Today is August the 29th, 2019. And right now at 9:20 p.m. we have a temperature of 76 degrees here in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 62%. The dew point is up at 62 degrees right now, currently. And the barometric pressure is down slightly to 29.93. We had 29.96 this morning. So the pressure's down here in the...
Look at that weird yellow line heading straight out. It's like this is a constant thing. Every night we show you this guy, One Pacific Redwood, does a great job of really analyzing the Doppler radar data. And it's every night. This happens constantly. We're seeing this clear evaporation zone in the middle of the picture heading straight toward Los Angeles, San Francisco, and points westward or eastward. It's like this whole area, they just want to be a complete dry zone. And they're purposely generating clouds to do this using radio frequencies. And he does a really good job of analyzing it with his little pointer. So we'll play that for you tonight. That's up and running. Okay, thank you, Sister Fight. I believe I don't abuse stimulants. I actually use it to my benefit. Coffee was considered a antioxidant and is still. And if you drink 5 cups of coffee a day for 25 years, you'll have a 51% reduction in prostate cancer. Isn't that interesting? The evaporation zone right now is in LA, and I would want LA to get rain like I used to get when I was a kid. LA was a terrific place. We had like 4 or 5 rains a year throughout the 60s and 70s and into the 80s, and then in the 90s the greenhouse effect was discussed. Global climate change was talked about recently in the past 5-10 years. I think they're engineering climate change artificially. I think they're trying to rapidly make us all think that the world is just, the sky is falling. No, the sky isn't falling. They're dumping chemicals on our head. Yes, there's a lot of things that are good for prostate, not just, coffee. There's tomatoes, lycopene also shows very promising results. Watermelon and tomatoes have lycopene in them. If you take that on a daily basis, it helps reduce your prostate cancer by another 51%. Lycopene, very good, very positive. And we're getting good results from all kinds of people eating fruits as well. Assuming you're not eating fruits covered with pesticides. But hey, we're being sprayed anyway, right? Do we even care? Apparently not. So many people question this and call it condensed air. No, these are actual sprays of chemicals being dumped all across our country daily. It's not something that's just some condensed air. Pickle juice out of the jar is also good for you, but don't eat red dye or yellow dye. Yeah, a lot of them have yellow dye and blue dye in them, green dye. Yeah, you'll die from eating yellow dye. There's only a couple pickles that'll actually be free of yellow dye. You got to look at the label. So when you buy your pickles, get it without the yellow dye. Thank you. We are sprayed, Juan. Yeah, you might as well feel like an insect because that's how they see you. We could be in the end of days. Yeah. Maybe for you. I plan on living at least another 150 years. At least. There's no sound. You have me on mute. Why? What did I do? Why? So anyway, I'll show you my tie that I picked up. It's pretty cool. It's got the big dollar bill dude on it. Dollar bill dude there. That's George Washington. Remember Mr. Hand and the dollar bill dude? No, that's from an old movie. Oh, thank you. Oh, so you think that Moonwreck is Howie? Oh, okay. Okay. Hominem is actually trying to participate in the show. Normally you come in and attack me. I won't be collecting Social Security in my life. I won't qualify. Yeah. Unless things change, I don't think I'm going to qualify. I don't believe in Social Security. But I do for you, but not for me. The only security I have is working out every day and eating rice and beans. And knowing sure well that I can survive on next to nothing. That's the only security I have in my life. Yeah, I don't think Trump has actually stolen the blimp plane completely. Yeah, he just joked about it one day. I don't think he's planning on building any type of blimp plane. People are asking me, David, what would you do to stop the hurricane? Well, for one, I would stop chemtrails in the sky that lead to the hurricane. And I would definitely put a stop on all radio frequency stimulation of the atmosphere out of our U.S. locations. But our president won't even talk about it. No, Trump isn't on the current tie. It was the last president to be on it was this guy. Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama. Apparently this tie was made before Trump became president. That's why I bought it. Okay, well, we'll just mute you. Thank you. He's asking me to mute him, so I muted him. Well, let's be clear. I bought this this museum artifact for $28. You can see we've got some of the worst presidents. Woodrow Wilson, the guy that signed the Federal Reserve Act, he said it was the worst decision he ever made. Woodrow Wilson, because he gave up authority for our printing of money to the Federal Reserve. Yeah, private consortium of bankers. They don't even work for our government. They're able to print money. Well, the mint prints money, but they order the mint to print money when they buy T-bills and borrow money against our debt, which screwed up because we're literally living off the money that the Federal Reserve borrows every year. No, you can't come in and criticize me. That's a retarded statement. I am not Dennis the Menace from Mr. Wilson. People say, David, were you a child actor? And I got to tell you, I wasn't. No. 1959, Dennis the Menace, this guy was a lot older than me. I couldn't possibly be Dennis the Menace. I don't even look like the guy, you know? Here he is with his Dennis the Menace face. I mean, you can't tell me I look like this guy. Gee, Mr. Wilson, can I come out and play? Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. I don't think I'm like that. No. I'm not a child. I was not a child actor. He is much younger. Yeah, I gained a little age in the process. Hey, see you. Take care, Tiddly. Good luck with all your taxi people. Scissor Fight says that One Pacific Redwood was going to show us how the hurricane is being steered. That's really good. Yeah, I cannot wait. Let's take a look again. Steering the hurricane. You know, radio frequencies can triangulate and send vectors in different directions.
Okay, today is August the 29th. This hurricane was still down over here yesterday. So let's go ahead and take a look at the map today. This is the water vapor, the upper level water vapor map for today. Now this was captured about almost 3 hours ago, 2.5, 3 hours ago. We can see that this is the long wave infrared map. We see this hurricane right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the, see if we can find the map for the National Hurricane Center, which is right here. Here is a picture of where the hurricane is. We've got just south of 25 degrees north right here. And we have 105 mile per hour winds. So 105 mile per hour winds is it's a category 2. If it goes past 110, then we're moving into category 3. So we've got the temperature, or rather the pressure, has dropped substantially. So we're at 977 millibar. Earlier today, this was about 986 millibar. Last night, or rather yesterday morning, it was 997. So it's dropped quite a bit. And of course, the fake news media, the way they're reporting this weather system, the fix is in. As far as I'm concerned, I would get the hell out of Florida. If you look at the cone trek, it looks now that they're going to steer this thing to the a little bit further south than yesterday's predictions. So this is right getting into the area of Hollywood, Florida, possibly West Palm Beach, and the Miami area all could be hit, and of course every area north of there. And of course we saw what happened to Aaron. That was blown apart, superheated with a satellite transmitter, either laser or microwave, and that system is no longer a threat. Let's go ahead and look at today's map. Once again, we can see the remnants of Aaron drifting away to the north, up towards the northeast there. And here is Dorian. Now, as we look at Dorian, we see that some interesting things. We see some strange evaporation patterns occurring right here along the northern edge. Take a look at this. And we also have some flat spots down here on the center of this storm.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Very.
The storm is being targeted. They're putting on a show. We see some icicle patterns right here.
Yep. Okay, that was One Pacific Redwood and his analysis. And he does a very good job of analysis, I must say. Yeah, it's a little tiring to listen to his dulcimer voice, but hey, I've got one too. Sometimes you're going to sleep with a voice like this. But no, he really does a good job, and he's got a full 14 minutes dedicated tonight in our after show to giving you the details of what's happening. Very good. Skip to 8:40. Okay, hold on, please. Skipping to 8:40.
Okay. And we see the blast patterns. But the interesting thing is we're seeing flat spots right here. As the loop progresses, we can see, and watch what happens again up here. A strange evaporation pattern. And we see a dark area right here.
Yeah.
Right there.
They're creating a
This
fake
dark
inversion
area,
layer.
which
Look at
is
that.
effectively steering the storm.
Right. Amazing.
Is down.
This is the second storm, or maybe the third storm in about 100 years that has made a left turn into prevailing wind. The first storm that did this was Hurricane Sandy. Yes. Sounds like Dick Durbin from Illinois, really? Oh, Dave, is tonight comedy night? No, tonight's the time for you to wake up. You waited a long time to wake up. You know Trump's going to use the government microwaves to turn it away from Mar-a-Lago. I think Donald Trump wants to fire a nuclear weapon at the hurricane. That's what he told a group of scientists the other day, and they were like going, oh, God. Oh, my God. He actually wanted to fire a nuclear weapon at a hurricane. Trump said. He makes statements like that all the time. Well, let's be clear. I can't get that video. It says video unavailable. So in my area, it is completely illegal. So you're not allowed to send me this video. Well, let's be clear. Hey, you want to come in here, Amber? I'm hearing you scream. You're that hungry for food? Poor cat. I got her hooked on eating it early, and now she's wondering why I didn't feed her early. Howie, again, irrelevant questions are not allowed here. I'm trying to train you to stop asking me questions. Ask political questions, Howie. Open your mind. Don't talk about me and my personal habits. It's ridiculous. You know, I found a location for everybody in Florida. There is a location of Sugarloaf Mountain. It's about 300 feet up. And if you want to go to Sugarloaf Mountain for to get away from the hurricane, you can certainly go there, but don't all rush there at once. Here we go. Up, up, and away, my beautiful. Yeah, we're going to take a look at the Sugarloaf Mountain there. There it is. 300 feet above sea level. This is your chance to move outside of, take the Florida Turnpike and take a right at the Slauson Cutoff and cut off your Slauson. But look at that. Right there is the highest area in Orlando. Sugarloaf Mountain, Lakeside Hill, and Florida High Point. See if I can go over there. Whoa. Wow, it's not very mountainous out here in the middle of Florida, is it? I think this is the mountain in the back. So that's about as high as you can go is in Florida. Just get over to that mountain over there. Yeah, it's almost a completely sea level state. And they could go underwater too. You know, I cast at bit rates of 600 kbytes per second. storm surge is only 15 feet, so it's just going to hit the coastline heading, 300 or 400 feet in. I'm the maestro, really? Thank you, Sparkle Horse. I got this cup a night. I went out with my mother one night to Red Robin. We're talking 1996, I think, before she passed away in 2001. And we got this at dinner. They were giving them away at the front desk, so it's kind of a memento. I had two, one broke, so this is my last memento of my mother's visit to Red Robin. Yeah, I took her out to dinner. They had a great seafood combo plate. It was incredible. You have an Intel i7? Yeah, that'll be fine. There's out of this world, in your face transgenderism? Okay. We're going to take a look at a little transgender activity here. Is this required by the Democratic Party to log in a few minutes of transgenderism every night? Okay, that was great. Thank you. I committed to 8 seconds of transgenderism. Thank you. I know the American people support me, yeah. Your approach to politics is like jazz. Novel responses, unbound by conventional, guided by soul. Thank you. That's very well put. You have my vote. Thank you, Sparkle Horse. I really like that way you phrased that. That's how I see politics, too. It's very cool. Well, I've been doing this for 11 years, and they say if you do things over and over again, you get better at it. So. But Trump's gun grab is on. I mean, if he's telling you Republicans he's not going to take your guns, and then telling Lindsey Graham he's in favor of red flag laws. This past week, Trump used a word that I've been using in my show. Off the table. Wording that I used. I've said for the past 2 years that gun control is off the table. Trump is now saying background checks are off the table. He's using my wording. But yet he's willing to have red flag laws? I mean, this guy's contradicting himself. That day, what day was your first cast? It was August 15th, 2008. Yeah, Sparkle Horse. iBlog got bought out, I'm pretty sure, by Mark. And they've been censoring me, and they even pulled guest chat down. You notice that guests don't usually chat anymore. They're very quiet over at iBlog. It's hard to become a guest at iBlog. They've changed their guest pattern. You can't just go in and be a guest. You have to actually have an email verification process. So iBlog made it very hard to become just an average viewer and a guest. So they're limiting access too. Mark has limited people to just trolls and regular viewers. August 15th was broadcast right from here. We did our show from our bedroom. We actually started our camera in our master bedroom August 15th, 2008. It was about 54 days before the election, and I started doing it 10-hour days of broadcasting. Sarah and I would do like an hour apiece and go back and forth. And then eventually she got so burned out by the whole thing, she told me after about 600 shows that she just didn't want to do that much. So I said, could you give me 2 breaks? And she did, for the most part. Like tonight, she's out with her family enjoying herself. But yeah, we were never on Vaughn, no. We were on Blog TV for 4 years. Yeah, and it was very good. We talked about the crash at the time. Blog TV got bought up by a federal informant for $5 million. They shut us down. We had over 1 million viewers at Blog TV, and they literally shut down the network. It could happen here, too. December of 2020, iBlog will no longer be able to deliver Flash to you, meaning they have to migrate to a HTML5 format or they won't be able to broadcast. So we've got a full year and 2 months or 3 months to do this. So luckily for us, iBlog will be running up until the 2020 election. I don't think you should become a martyr, no. And we'll always remember you as a homonym, and that won't really be a martyrdom. You have to be known. I know. You have to be known in order to be a martyr. I could be a martyr because people know me. They know my name. But you're known as homonym, so. I don't think the economy's gone up. There are more and more homeless people in the streets of Los Angeles. I mean, every city in America is facing massive amounts of homelessness. Yeah, his mom knows about him.
Handled classified. Classified.
Trying to find the video from last
Handled
night.
classified.
It's not popping up.
Handled classified.
Hello, my name is Jay, and welcome back to my.
All right. Yeah, I can't find it right now, but I had a very good video on the homeless problem in Los Angeles last night. It turns out a guy has been buying vans. He's called a van man, and he buys vans and puts them on the street with licensing, and he probably does their smog check too, and then he rents the vans out for $300 a month to homeless people. And nobody can stop this guy. He's got like 12 vans in Venice. This story is migrating to the front. Did Trump just tweet out a classified image? Yeah, apparently so. He was so disturbed having fired, Meredith, that he had to, do something to distract us by sending out a top secret image of a Iranian facility. Yeah, it's some of the highest resolution of imagery available from Maxar. You don't see that when you go to World Maps. You see this dithered image. Well, you can theoretically get vans and buy them, and there's no limit to how many vans a guy can own. A lot of the homeless are armed service vets waiting for chicken. I must tell you that 35%, they say, of our homeless veterans are of our veterans are homeless right now. 35% of our veterans are homeless. That's serious. Well, Trump isn't a pro at distracting everyone. He's a pro at lying. He lies incessantly, and you don't expect that from somebody like that. It's not distractions he's orchestrating. It's just lies. Lies left and right. I mean, just this past week, he said that he was opening up trade communications with China. China did not corroborate it on Wednesday. They said, no, we haven't contacted him. We are not talking to him. Thursday, China isn't discussing anything. We're still seeing a rebound of 1,000 points in the stock market this past week because Trump said that he's reopening chats with China. Now, when these tariffs are pounding down at 25 to 30% on items, I guarantee our stock market's going to slide rapidly. So he's buying time by lying right now. Well, there's only so much that this fake economy can actually hold up against a liar who continually doesn't deliver on production, on jobs, on low-cost schooling. And Biden runs around taking my ideas now, promising a free education. I mean, the guy's literally stealing my ideas just like Trump was over the past 6 years. I'm really kind of disappointed in the two of them. It's like they don't have any new ideas of their own, so they're constantly groping for new ideas, grabbing them from our show. It's pathetic. Everyone's stealing my ideas. It's beyond belief. And what are my ideas exactly? Well, we want an infrastructure bank of 2% loans offered to U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. This is revolutionary. It sidesteps the minimum wage laws and gets people up and running in companies that need money. I support a concept called re-agrification, where we rebuild the soil of our land and tell our farmers they're going back to heirloom seeds and natural fertilizers, as opposed to pesticides and herbicides and chemicals. Yeah, I mean, all kinds of ideas coming up here. We've got a flat tax of 10% on over $50,000 in income. So if you make under $50,000 in income, you don't pay any tax at all. So that's a great incentive for people to come to America and actually invest tax-free up to $50,000. That's going to bring a lot of money into our country. I've got a similar idea for that the Democrats aren't even dealing with. I really want to price up plastic packaging. Make it almost unaffordable to get a plastic bag at the market so that some of you people will just get a bag, a paper, a cloth bag and go shopping. The Democrats aren't willing to go the distance. I'm willing to make it $1 a bag and use that money and revenue to help clean up our environment and clean the plastic out of our oceans. I have a national composting plan to help all of our food waste. We've got lots of food waste. The National Composting Plan is part of the re-aggregation program, where we take food waste from the backs of markets and bring it on in to integrate into the soil. Yeah. Just endless supply. We've got the ocean pipeline to create fresh water. It just goes on and on and on. We've got solutions up the yin-yang that the other countries don't have. All Trump has is his diversions. He's got all these diversions he's working on. Yeah, he's got a Chinese trade war he's working on. That helps to divert our attention from the Russian fiasco that he's still pretty much involved in. He wants to always attack Iran. And don't forget, he loves destabilizing Venezuela and claiming, he's now talking to Maduro. There's no evidence of that. Whatever happened to Guaido? Just Guido. He's got all kinds of ways of taking our mind off of what we're really needing to do. That's not helping our country. We've got the mobile medical unit idea that he never implemented. He tried to steal the idea during the election, but he never ever implemented it. Mitch McConnell never included it in Trump Care. Consequently, it never passed. And I even said that they would never be able to overturn Obamacare. I was right. They never were able to overturn Obamacare. They're underfunding it, but they never overturned it. This mobile medical unit rapid response system could be in every city in America. We'd have 10 units in every major city, 1 in every smaller township, and a couple, 2 or 3 in every minor city. But at least they would take the pressure off of our ailing emergency care and trauma care center systems. So all of this makes me a much better choice for 2020. The question is, how do we get there? How do we get me some mainstream media attention? Because obviously,
in a world where bass rules the planet,
obviously we've got some censorship going on big time. Oprah and I have not discussed anything, no. Well, you can build a cabin in the wilderness without renouncing your citizenship. Why don't you just do that first and get back to me? Okay? They offer free land in Kansas, Eminem. If you guys are pursuing freedom, and it's Freedom Friday, I think you really need to look at this. Yeah, check it out. Free land in Kansas is available. Yeah, in Marquette, Kansas. They even have a website. Some of you want to live in Kansas. This is your opportunity to live in a beautiful area called Marquette. The community of Marquette, Kansas is offering free building lots to interested families who are looking for an extraordinarily small town in the heart of America to call home. Wide open rolling fields, a good beautiful evening sunsets, affordable, relaxed, safe, and peaceful lifestyle in this small, centrally located Kansas town. I mean, check it out. freelandks.com. I'm not trying to promote them. I'm just saying there's land for free to build. If you have a good house and you want to build it, a good house in mind, yeah, check it out, Homina. Some guy was walking down the road with his pants around his ankles, and you yelled, "Pull up your pants." What kind of job you find there? I don't know. You won't find a job in Kansas. It'll just be, scratching the earth for a little bit of corn that you can grow in your field. It is gorgeous. Kansas has not legalized marijuana, so unlike Detroit, where you can go out right now and buy a beautiful house for $20,000, Detroit, you can grow up to 12 plants. In all of Michigan, they allowed 12 plants for personal use. This is a $16,900 house in Detroit right now, ready to move into, to build your beautiful private marijuana growing area for your own personal use. Just theoretically, look at this stonework on this thing. It's worth 16 grand, and you could just sell the bricks themselves would be worth 16 grand. Look at this. Built like a stone brick house. 16 grand. The last page does sell houses for $1,000. If you'd like, I'll check it out. Here's a house for $1,000. Misanthropy really wants to cut his costs. You can buy a house for $1,000 in Detroit, right here. See? There it is. Let me show you all the pictures to this beautiful house. Got a big backyard. It's a little cleanup. It's got a large area. Look at this. It's $1,000 gets you a dumpster truck. So an extra $1,000 for your dumpster truck. It's got a lovely bathroom. Tiling. Walls are really, really special. I don't know, electric, you have to hook that up. You may have to pay a few back taxes too. You may want to look into that. But it's got staircase. That staircase is nice. Beautiful, beautiful teal blue walls. Lovely. Yeah, I don't know if I get into this house right away, but for $1,000, how can you go wrong? You got studs in there. The bones of this house in Detroit for $1,000 is worthwhile. Excuse me while I vomit. Okay, back in the show. Hey, where do you want to go? You're free to do whatever you want tonight. It's Freedom Friday, so where do you want to buy a house, and how much do you want to spend? A lot of nice houses out there, and they're very well built in Detroit. Seriously. Nebraska? Okay. The Heartland, Nebraska. Well, they have to give away houses, yeah. But Nebraska's got some decent deals. Check this one out. For this little sweet little cottage for $14,000, 2-bedroom, 1 bath, right under 1,000 square feet. Yeah, look at how quaint and cute this house is. And it still looks good after all these years. Look at that. That's in Nebraska. Nice bathroom. Fix it up. Kitchen's ready to install your appliances. Nice sepia tone to the house. Where was it located? It's in Howells, Nebraska. Howells, Nebraska. How about Lincoln, Nebraska? That's a big city. Lincoln, you're bound to find work there. Okay, let's see what we got. Got a trailer. Trailer for $29,000. Yeah, these are unpriced, so they're probably, auctions. Yeah, when you get to Lincoln, you're not going to find anything under $30,000. So you got to take your range up to $60,000, $50,000. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to the map. Yeah, there's a couple houses for $50,000. Yeah, you go back to that trailer in Lincoln. Yeah, see, once you get to a city, you're dealing with some issues. Here's for $42,000 High Street in Lincoln, Nebraska. And you can't get high in Nebraska. It's illegal to smoke marijuana there. Yeah, there's a house for $42,000 in Lincoln, Nebraska, so it is doable. But wouldn't you rather move to Colorado and get high? Yeah. Okay, I think we covered the territory on houses. Rocky Mountain High in Colorado. I don't want to set the minimum at 1. It would be a waste of my time and yours. Just because you've only saved $1 in the past 12 years doesn't mean I'm going to set the minimum at $1. Seriously, how much have you saved in your office job over the past 4 years that you've been in here? How much do you have in your piggy bank for a house? I'm just going to guess ballpark $5,942. Is that correct? $42,000 is a good price for a house in Lincoln. I mean, you got resale value there. I'm not tracking your finances. There's no way I would have known that except through psychic abilities. Yeah, so Trump used this chance to actually dig Iran, acting like he's Mr. Tough Guy. And he says to Iran, that they had a space facility that blew up. And he laughingly was talking about how they blew it up. But let me show you the picture. The United States of America was not involved in the catastrophic accident during final launch preparations for the Sapphire launch at Semnan Launch Site 1 in Iran. I wish Iran best wishes and good luck in determining what happened at the Site 1. So he reveals a top secret image to the entire world that was only privy to him. Now, Donald Trump doesn't get any of his top secret minutes read to him. He actually doesn't want to hear about any military changes in the overall world theater. Jared Kushner sits there and tries to pick it just for dirt he can get on countries where he can borrow money from. While the military advisors and our Secretary of Defense, who is still that, I believe it's still that guy who doesn't want the job or won't take the job. That other Irish guy, Shanahan, he is the current defense secretary, but he is not going to be continuing on. Shanahan is, they're facing some issues getting him cleared. He's the acting Secretary of Defense, Shanahan is. Yeah, they're having a problem clearing his name. I don't know the specifics, but he did some weird things when he was CEO of Boeing. Trump never had a sense of humor. He never cracked a joke in his entire life. Okay, you're going to crack a 32 High Life and go watch a show? Okay, you do that, man. On the Zionist control of the money supply? Okay, that's your hobby. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, Shanahan was that photo is a joke, really? Well, it seems like a top secret photo, and I'm afraid now that the secret's out, loose lips are sinking ships. Trump feels okay releasing top secret data to this Twitter account. And he fires his assistant after making a light comment about Ivanka and Tiffany. All she said was she's more popular in the White House than Tiffany and Ivanka. And that got her taken out. She abruptly exits the administration. I don't know. It sounds a little bit more like, Sarah Huckabee Sanders is out. She's obviously going to a health spa to lose an extra unwanted 500 pounds or 100 pounds. But you can see that Madame Westerhout is very, very slim and looks great in her spring dress. But these comments that she made off the record at a dinner lost her job. You got to wonder if it's not because she just decided to stop kneeling on the kneel pad next to the Oval Office desk. Oh, hello, Madeline. Come on over and kneel next to me. That's exactly where Hope Hicks was before she decided to leave her job. Oh, just Carolyn was in here earlier. She was kneeling too. Those legs, yeah. You want a close-up of the legs? Name those legs. You've got Madeline on one side and Sarah Huckabee Sanders on the other. Can you tell the difference? Is that a bruise? Oh my gosh, it is. Look at that. Oh, that poor girl, she's been bruising her legs. Look at that. It's a bruise on her leg. Oh, you got to stop kneeling on the kneel. Use the kneel pad next to his. Well, of course, you won't have to anymore. She lost her job. No. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is now a Fox correspondent, and I don't know anybody who wants to listen to her. You'd have to be so burnt out Trump supporter that you'll listen to anything with a mouth. Yeah, I know people that watch Fox News religiously, and they're brain dead Trump supporters. Yeah. Fox is so biased. It's as biased as CNN. And they're both pro-Zionist. They'll cut anybody off who's against the Zionist New World Order. Yeah. It's happening. So we had a few things brought to us earlier by Max before he left the show. I can't play that. Okay, the third U.S. service member in 9 days has been killed in Afghanistan. The military won't even release his name because next of kin have not been informed. But can you imagine having your son or daughter over there and finding out from the knock on the door we're sorry to say that your daughter or your son has died? After 2 Army Green Berets were killed by enemy small arms fire last week, 1 more has died in combat in Afghanistan. Now, we're not even talking about the 6,000 men and women, mostly men, who died in Afghanistan and Iraq cumulatively. 6,000 families have suffered a tremendous loss. For what? For an endless war that never ever disappears because our government wants to hide that they're making money on heroin sales? And nobody in American media will talk about it? I'm the only person in the entire world that talks about Afghanistan and the heroin that's being produced there, and how our government's hiding all of this cash that's coming in. I'm the only one in the media. I mean, at one point, 25 years ago, Geraldo Rivera mentioned it, or 20 years ago, around 2000. And actually 2001, 18 years ago, Geraldo Rivera mentioned that there was a lot of money to be made on trafficking heroin, and then the story just disappeared. Now Geraldo won't talk about it again. He knows his job is on the line. Trump actually made a joke? Really? No, that's Eddie Murphy, man. Okay, there was a prison worker 4chan post 10 minutes before news of Jeffrey Epstein's death hit media. And according to this, a guy in a green dress military outfit switched him out. Check this out from the IntelliHub. Thanks, Misanthropy. You're right there with a good link. Look at that. 4chan post 10 minutes before news of Jeffrey Epstein's death. A guy in a green dress military outfit switched him out. Let's go to IntelliHub and see the article. Prison worker 4chan post 10 minutes before news of Jeffrey Epstein's death hit media. Guy in a green. Prison worker claims an unmarked van and unknown military personnel showed up at the Metropolitan Correctional Center Friday night, where accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein was being held, and switched him out with a dead look-alike. Just like I said. Just like I've been thinking, and you've been thinking it too. I know many of you have been thinking the same thing I have. Epstein was handcuffed and wheeled into medical at the MCC at around 4:15 a.m. Saturday morning, just before an unmarked van containing unknown military personnel showed up unannounced to switch him out. Wow. According to an anonymous post, timestamped nearly 10 minutes prior to the actual mainstream news release of the accused sex trafficker's death by suicide, which hit the press Saturday morning, 8:53. The ominous message posted on 4chan reads, "Not anything after this, please do not try to dox me, but last night, after 04:15, they took him, Epstein, to medical in a wheelchair, front, cuffed, but not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Next thing we know, trip vans show up. We do not do releases on weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single man cell, hangs himself, ? Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number, and a guy with a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy that led him through the gate. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out." Wow. This is real, folks. It's pretty obvious his nose and left ear are not the same as Jeffrey Epstein's. We are sitting on a massive cover-up at the highest level of government. And our nation sits back and wonders, do we need a third party? Hell yeah, we need a third party. Eddie, oh, you have Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. So this is a joke that Trump uses.
And y'all put up with it. Y'all start putting up with the crazy shit just to show you. I guess it's hard to find somebody that knows how to do it to you right, because when y'all find one, y'all stick through that man through all kinds of bullshit. I know a man got busted coming out of another woman's house.
You know, I don't play Eddie Murphy's links because he's making a comeback on Netflix. He's negotiating a massive deal. Eddie Murphy is putting together a major comeback. So I don't want to in any way press on his monetization. You know what I'm saying, man? No, 4chan isn't a bunch of anon trolls. No. It's comprised of any number of people. They use 4chan as a way of getting things to people, getting news out. It could be comprised of CIA agents for all I know. It was the "it wasn't me" joke. I'd play it for you, but it's not that important, okay? Because Trump never makes anybody laugh anyway. Well, let's be clear. Okay, so there was a trade call. Okay. Apparently they made a final call. Trump did get through to China. Let's see. China claims fentanyl progress in trade call. U.S. and Chinese officials have a working level call in which Beijing said it was making progress in restricting outbound fentanyl shipments, according to 3 sources familiar with the matter. Huh. Oh, yeah, sure. So China's claiming they're making progress limiting fentanyl shipments. But Mexico just seized 52,000 pounds of fentanyl. The Mexican Navy just seized it coming out of Shanghai, China. So here you have on one side Trump saying that he's making progress with China. Chinese officials again reiterated the desire for relief on tariffs, but we're making no progress there. Trump doesn't seem to care about anything except getting it his way or the highway. Meanwhile, Mexico has seized 52,000 pounds of fentanyl from China. That level of production of fentanyl could easily poison the entire world. Trump is not being prosecuted. Hillary Clinton got to Nancy Pelosi, and the deep state is protecting both Hillary and Donald Trump right now. I don't know Brittany Murphy. Am I supposed to know her? Is she important to you? She's an American actress and singer, native Atlanta. I don't know her personally, but, you know, she seems like a nice lady. Here's her IMDb picture. That's Brittany Murphy. I don't know her personally, no. Are you trying to hook me up or something? She died? Oh, yeah, exactly. I heard about her. Well, I can't exactly meet anybody new because I'm with a woman in my life, so. She was an actress who died in 2009, right. What happened during her death was her autopsy was performed the day after she died. Her death certificate stated cause of death deferred. And on February 20th, LA County coroner said the primary cause of Murphy's death was pneumonia, and an iron deficiency and anemia, and multiple drug intoxication. Didn't her husband die of the same thing? Yes, Brittany Murphy and her husband, now it's coming back to me, died of the same exact cause of death at a later date. On May 23rd, 2010, her widower, Simon Monjack, was found dead at the same Hollywood Hills residence, claimed that toxicology reports showed deliberate poisoning by heavy metals, including antimony and barium, was the possible cause of Brittany Murphy's death. So Brittany Murphy and Simon Monjack probably knew too much about something. That brings me to the inevitable. I'm not treating Scissor Fight bad. What are you talking about? Let's take a look. I missed a link. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You've tuned into Stranger Than Fiction News, broadcasting live from the dark side of the planet.
You know, I will play that later tonight. Thank you. I'm not ignoring him. I just missed the link. Thank you. Gosh. Thank you. We will now return Scissor Fight to Super Op. Absolutely. I don't know how that changed, but we don't know how that happened. Sorry, Scissor Fight. We only get Super Ops when we have a pro account. Thank you. Thanks for making me aware of that. Well, all I'm saying is those two people must have known something. That's why they were offed with poisoning. Brittany Murphy and her husband. I'm going to look at something very... I don't normally do this. I used to talk about this a lot, and I got ridiculed for it, but call me old-fashioned, but I like to believe that a person is going to look at least similar to their previous self when they're replaced. The Renee Zellweger story has been off the chart for a long time. I haven't brought it up to you at all, but it's suffice to say, Renee Zellweger doesn't look at all like her former self. And the same thing could have happened to her, but she was replaced. Yeah, it's like if I was replaced by this guy, you would know that I'm not the same guy, right? And I'm not this man who's 256 years old. You'd know that, right? That this is not me. Would you say, Dave, you look a lot like that guy? I'm not trying to look like him, but I can see a strong resemblance. I mean, some of you think that I really am 256 years old. But I'm not. It's not me. But I got people in here who claim that Renee Zellweger looks just like she had some facial work. No big deal. Yeah. Remember when Bradley split with her and they were having a breakup? You think Bradley would, notice the difference in the new Renee Zellweger, right? But no, he hasn't said a thing. He never mentioned that she looks different. Yep. It's been pretty much mum's the word. And then he got a brand new Emmy, or I guess a Grammy for his song with Lady Gaga. I mean, how weird is that? As long as he keeps things quiet on the QT, Zellweger's story will disappear. Yeah. But I'm concerned that this woman is not Renee Zellweger. So I pasted up her face with the old version of Renee. This is the older is in the picture with Bradley there. But you can see their faces are not identical at all. Why would she have her nose lowered by 1/2 inch and her orbital dropped by 1/4 inch? Why would she have her lips, her entire lips dropped, the upper lip section dropped? And why would she have sculpting done on her body so that she didn't have a collarbone? I mean, it's clearly not the same woman. Yet everyone says, "Oh yeah, that's her. Yeah, she just has some facial work." And I'll bet she's 5'9". This woman, when Renee Zellweger is 5'5", I believe. I bet if we just measured these people, we would know. And I bet Bradley knows something too. Bradley Cooper. According to Meta-Nemesis, Bradley Cooper was one of the people Epstein met. Well, that makes sense. Bradley Cooper has been getting nothing but success because he knows so many secrets about Renee Zellweger, for one. Uh-oh. A man has been found dead at Burning Man, and he didn't burn. But the authorities say this is suspicious. Sheriff's office says cause remains suspicious. Wow. A man found dead in the Black Rock Desert in northwestern Nevada during the annual Burning Man festival When deputies arrived, they found the man in a medical tent. Doctors had determined he was deceased. The cause of the death remains under investigation as suspicious. The man was identified as Shane Billingham. Now, do we have a photo of Shane Billingham in Nevada? New Zealander Shane Billingham dies at the festival, according to the Sun Times. Looks like he might have gotten into some bad ecstasy. Or gnostasy. Wow. He seemed like a nice guy just from his picture, doesn't it? He just passed away, man. He might have been getting involved with the wrong group of people and they just offed him. Oh, they say he died of possible carbon monoxide poisoning at the Desert Festival. He was found dead in the vehicle at the festival. Probably had the windows up because it was so dusty out. And he thought he'd get some fresh air by running a hose through his muffler. He was 33 years old, a Great Barrier Island, New Zealand resident, deemed suspicious. His father declined to comment when contacted by Stuff. Wow. He was taken to a medical tent. This is a Burning Man aerial view. Doesn't that look eerily similar to the photo that Trump tweeted about the Iranian space facility? Yeah, let's not go there. But look at what people endure going there. Well, they'll take 10 years off their life because they'll come out with mesothelioma or asbestosis from the dust. And I don't think asbestosis at all. I think there's something better than asbestosis. I don't know, man. It just seems like something is weird about somebody who wants to breathe dust for 4 or 5 days. Yeah. I know those boys at Supernatural could do a show about this. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Maybe he was had a hibachi in his van and he's trying to cook some hot dogs inside of his van without the windows open because it was too dusty. It's like, dude, I'm so high. I'm like, got the munchies. I gotta make some hot dogs, dude. And then he starts up his propane heater or something. Munchies can be that bad. You actually, start to lose your brain wondering where the Cheetos are. That's the one drawback of smoking marijuana. Well, I don't know. We haven't seen toxicology reports, so we'll never know. One thing is for sure, thank goodness nobody got a hold of 52,000 pounds of fentanyl from China. Donald, if you're listening, tell China they're screwing up and they've got to get the fentanyl off the streets. Yeah. Maybe Donald's right in some ways by eliminating trade with China completely and going back to pre-1967 era trade relations. Yeah, maybe he's on the right track. Maybe it's one good way to destroy a global new world order, You mean asphyxiation is a common form of suicide, really? Yeah, totally dust in your reefer. Don't like that joint with dust in it. I think our relationship with China is repairable. I don't think we should stop trade with China, unlike Trump. I don't believe we can put an end to the global trade we have with China without impacting our economy severely. And China's economy, too. So I think it's a bad decision he's making. If he wants to stop the global New World Order, he better tell Henry Kissinger to back off and go crap up a rope. As we all know, Henry Kissinger and he are in bed together. It's a known fact. Henry, are you coming over? I would like to cuddle with you tonight. Mr. President, I'm sorry, but I am too busy with my backgammon game. Oh, Henry, you know how much you love to cuddle with me. We could hang together. I don't believe that I can do that, Mr. President. It's really a new world order.
And various other matters. We're talking about Syria, and I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive.
Really, really.
The killing and the death. We had a very, very... Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia.
Oh, how convenient. So he invited the Russian top diplomats to come to the White House the day before, after he fires James Comey, to end the Russian investigation. And they're saying that's not some violation of law or obstruction. And then he tells Moscow to come over with the TASS news agency and take private video of Moscow diplomats. The next day, he brought the press in and had Henry Kissinger sit in front of him and talked about Russia. Are you getting the New World Order picture here, people? He might as well just be sucking him off, because that's pretty much what he's doing. He's kissing the ass of the New World Order. And we're sitting around going, oh yeah, Trump's going to stop the deep state. He is owned by the deep state, people. He is. They control him with the sex tapes. We found out that Russia blackmailed our president from Mueller. Mueller said that Russia blackmailed our president over the sex tapes. You Republicans didn't get that memo? It's true. Yep, the deep state owns him. And the deep state owns people like this greedmonger. Talk about greedy. Oh my gosh, she is the most greedy person I have ever heard. She doesn't have enough money. Her $200,000 a year salary is barely enough to cover her expenses. I wouldn't doubt she's taking out a loan on her upcoming income. I mean, that is the look of pure greed. I want more. I can't get enough. Well, let's see. I'll acquire communist thinking so that I'll get more people to fund me to support the New World Order, and then I'll get reelected in a communist state and everyone will love me. Yeah, total suck up to the Democratic Party, and a social justice warrior to boot, controlled by the Young Turks of all people. Unbelievable. I don't know what she wants in her whatever, but I can tell you this woman is greedy. But then you got the Trump-tards to rely on who have no clue as to how Trump is damaging our country. I had a friend who called me up the other night and continues to brag about how wonderful Trump is and what a great job he's doing to stop the old way of doing things in America. And all I can think of is, yeah, Trump is $1 trillion overspending. Our country's so deep in debt, we'll never get out of debt based on his methodology. And we're looking at a massive upheaval of our country's economy if for some reason somebody says, oh, we're having a problem here. No, everything's great. No, our economy's doing wonderful. Well, no, Mr. Trump, it's not. Our unemployment rate is really quite high. No, it's not. It's the lowest it's ever been. I miss you. You were gone for what, 3 seconds? Busarama. AOC is saying bite the bullet on $93 trillion Green New Deal. This woman doesn't understand economics, yet she claims she has a degree in economics from Boston University. That debacle she did with the money that Bezos was going to give her to open up an Amazon location in her home district. She blew that $1 billion tax credit off, saying she wanted the money herself. No, I'm sorry, Ocasio, a tax credit isn't cash in your hand. If you'd studied economics at Boston U, you would have known that. Now she's off the grid.
So we need to bite the bullet on the cost, because the alternative to not spending the money is A, death, and B, spending even more money.
My God. So the alternative to not spend the money is debt. No, that's what happens when you take on a $93 trillion Green New Deal. Hey, I'm going to add that to our link because I want to vomit when I look at her. God, how stupid does a person have to be to run for office in this country? Boy, the Democrats just love them. The dumber they are, the more they love them, because they don't even know how to ask simple questions. Isn't it amazing? It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of mindless idiots. What an annoying person, yeah. When Trump messes up things, just remember this. Okay, I'm remembering.
Something.
I'm going to pass on that. Yeah. She probably turned a lot of guys full homosexual. Yeah, I don't know. It could be the soy they're eating, too. You know, if she's had the clap, it would be in her public medical record. Yeah, I'm not here to imply she has the clap. I didn't know that. Are you Googling anyone by that name? Good luck with that. Maybe she needs more IKEA furniture. Yeah. You know she probably did her apartment in IKEA furniture. Her public medical record, she doesn't have one. Nobody has a public medical record. It's all private. But if you want to, contact the Baylock, the Star Trek alien, you can get her public record. You just have to make a call. Hello, Baylock. Could I please have the public medical record of Ocasio-Cortez?
No, you can't have it, David. I am Balak, leader of the world and beyond.
Okay, you're scaring me, dude. Yeah, there is no public medical record. You're right. You got me on public medical record. Yeah, let's lower her pay to the national average income of $14.55. You really believe the national average income is 61 grand a year? What world are you living in? Oh, that's right. You made like $270 for 6 hours of work the other night. Well, you work hard, Tiddly D. I just don't believe the national average income is 61 grand. I know you're right, though. I just think they polled only rich people at Costco who go shopping every day. Maybe Ocasio is military intelligence, but we've traced the social justice warriors, the Justice Democrats, the New Socialists. We've traced them to a group of people comprised of the Young Turk, the guy who's the YouTube star that made lots of money on YouTube. Yeah. We started our show in the same time that Young Turk started their show. And they had so much money supportive, and the YouTube has given them so many benefits that they've amassed over 2 million subscribers to our none. I've had 0 subscribers in the past like 7 years. We get hardly any new subscribers. YouTube has been shutting them down. But this guy on the left, celebrating a decade in his field, is making money hand over fist, and he's the guy that's behind he's behind the social democratic warriors. Social justice Democrats, they call themselves. He's the one who's primarily behind it, and he's getting paid. He's a shill, a YouTube whore that gets paid every day from all the hits. I've been completely censored on YouTube, completely, for the past 7 years. We've even filed complaints, and they completely ignore my disputations. There are a lot of people with bad jobs, yeah. You make over 100 grand in pay and benefits. Well, you're doing great, but good luck with that. But it depends on how long your company continues to borrow money to finance your stupid job. If I wasn't censored, I'd be making tons of money simply in donations, and it wouldn't be going to me. It would be going to this effort. We'd be able to buy mainstream media attention, all kinds of things. I had a plan to put together cable TV spots 8 years ago, and we couldn't get one donation. Now, there is evidence that we may not be able to get donations at PayPal. I've had people tell me they've tried to make $200 donations, and PayPal is blocking them as well. I don't know. I can't confirm it, because every time I make a small donation to my PayPal account, it goes through. But it could be shadow banning me. People could be trying to make donations. We just don't get any. So I've done the show for nothing for the past 11 years against all odds. And the one thing that's pissing these people off is they can't shut me down. If Mark is diverting my donations and putting it in his pocket, I can't prove that. That's the problem. We tried U.S. Mail. If anyone wants to make a donation to our mailbox, you can certainly get our account at facebook.com/USATP. That has our snail mail address. Yeah, there it is, America's Third Party. You can go to Facebook and check us out. This is about the only time I even check Facebook out. Nobody's even posting here. Yeah, let me take a look at this site, make sure everything's copacetic. Strange, our address has been removed. I'll have to repost that. Bummer. Better add a cover too. I think I should upload a photo or something. Yeah, so I'll update the address on there and try to get that up and running again. I don't know why it was removed. But needless to say, you know, lack of donations is not stopping us. And there's no way that, you know, anybody could pull off what I do on a daily basis. Okay, I have to choose something that's a new pixel. I have to get something 400 by 100. Yeah, we used to have our address on there. It seems to be gone now, so. Sorry. Won't even let me add a background to the cover. It wiped me completely clean. That's weird. Okay, I'm going to rework a picture right now. You don't mind if I take some time doing some stuff, do you? Yeah, I think I'm going to rework a picture. I'll show you how I do it. So I'm going to go ahead and add a cover. From my photo library. I'm going to go to banners. And this one looks kind of promising. American flag. I'm going to open it. I'm going to rotate over here and open it with paint. Bringing the paint box over here. Going down here, seeing that 2012 is there, right? Well, I don't need 2012. It's obviously, you know, no longer the time I'm really looking for. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and grab an image here. Select. Take this section right here, as tight as I can get it. This is the simplest way. Control C and then Control V it. And put it right here. Okay, I'm done. Save. Okay. Then click that and then we'll open. There it is. Okay. Join the movement. Crop it. That's good enough for me. Save. Okay. All right. So I'm good. Thank you. Dave, what's happening? I'm good on the board. Okay, maybe she needs more IKEA furniture instead of giving AOC a raise. Here's an idea. Let's lower her pay to the national average of $61,000 or $73,000. Really isn't that much. It's basically $200 a day. Exactly. How could any of you possibly live on only $200 a day when people in Africa literally work all day long for $1? It's amazing how you Americans can survive. I've been trying to get my face on the picture. I couldn't resize that photo I have of my face for $20 each. Yeah. Every time I go to Spreadshirt, it spits back my photographs. I have to redo them. So I'm going to spend some time this week and work on that and the sign. I have to. I'm going to have to redo a few things, but a face on my shirt, and if we can get the price to $20, I think you're happening. I'll work on that. Thank you. I didn't miss the 2016 election. I had a 2016 photograph. Right now, if you go to Spreadshirt, I have a 2016 sign still. And it was it's shameful I haven't updated it, but yeah. But definitely we'll work on that this weekend. Yeah, it wasn't what not missing. I mean, they literally scrubbed the whole page. They knocked my address out. I didn't take my address off that page. No. They cleaned out that page. I'm telling you, they wiped out the images on that page and my address. I'm not kidding. Yeah, I just put 2020 up real quick. I pasted it up super fast. So they're trying to erase me, I'm telling you. I had assumed that our address was out there, a P.O. box. Now I find out it wasn't even on there, so I'll have to update the Facebook page too. So anyway, it's not too late to build this plan and keep moving forward. Yeah, I don't know, but the idea that they can scrub Facebook pages is very real. We never left out a blank page. They wiped it out. They just wiped it. You have a transgender video? No, I don't do Taylor Swift. No. She's not only not any good anymore, but even her Illuminati videos are not even that interesting. I mean, one thing you can say about Miley Cyrus, she at least makes videos that are fun to watch. I mean, seriously. I'm not endorsing Miley Cyrus videos at all, but you know, they introduced transgenderism and New World Order thinking. I'm sure Taylor Swift was replaced by somebody without talent. I don't know, Miley may have been replaced too, but when you look at the Miley Cyrus video, that's extremely disturbing. You know the one I'm talking about. It's actually fun to watch. I mean, it's alluring, a great backbeat, and then you play Taylor Swift's song, and it like ends up flat. That's not as good of a beat as this. Okay? So, Miley Cyrus obviously has something going for her. And I don't know what level of evil she's at, but she's a better, interesting character than Taylor Swift, by far. She's a Power Ranger. Exactly, dude. She has a vagina. You need to calm down. They're not replaced, they're reprogrammed. You're being too loud. That's right. Miley's new video is not fun to watch? Well, what is it then? Disturbing? Well, we know that Miley's a complete and utter Satanist. We got that. I mean, when you watch her, you can see she's got that written all over her, that she's worshiping dark forces. And that's terrible. Even her obvious pose in this picture, very satanic. Dave, you know damn well about Miley. I know. I've seen that picture. Miley's mom is her handler? So you're saying this woman right here is her handler? Wow. Well, she seems to be liking to cuddle up with her mom, that's for sure. But this constant obsession with transgenderism is pretty interesting. Saying they're not an object. That appeals to young people. But then you see this guy, or shall I say, whatever it is. Yeah, I mean, this is obvious messaging to make you think that, you know, you're not an object, but you're instead a transgender. It is politics. We're talking about programming and how our society is being turned into a bunch of democratic LGBTQ supporters. You know, whenever I make comments that may seem politically politically direct, I constantly see these looks from these politically correct people. They're like, you know, like there's something wrong with me for making politically direct statements. Say I make a statement about, you know, how we're all being told to, you know, cater to transgenderism, and they're going, you're not supposed to say things like that. Really. I'm not an antagonist to LGBTQ. I just don't support them. I don't understand why I would support deviant behavior. And I have yet to find a psychiatrist that said emphatically that it's not self-injurious to cut your penis off. So I think there is a problem because psychiatrists have never given them a free pass to cut their penis off. No, I don't support discrimination. But I'm not going to tell some mom and pop coffee shop that they have to hire a tranny to meet a quota. I am taking a stand. I don't support discrimination. But I'm not going to tell the private sector that this is what they have to do. It's not my right. I also believe that if we cater to LGBTQ, we're going to be branding it okay for people to just do that and cut their penis off. I don't think that's a good message to send to people. I don't think that transgenders should have their own bathrooms. I think we should have unisexual bathrooms with sinks in them. So we don't have to worry about what you are, who you are, what you're doing. Eliminate the group bathrooms and we'll have individual bathrooms when we build new ones. So some transgender won't be sitting there with your daughter hitting on her like that guy who raped a 9-year-old recently. Yeah. Anyway, let's change the subject because I think we may have a cameo from Sarah tonight. No, I would never have someone come over for dinner naked. Okay. Just so you know, I don't in any way want to trivialize the idea of the social construct of transgenderism. I don't think we should make a light thing of it. It's serious. When a person does that, I met a transsexual who actually was going to take the operation, and they said they had to pass a battery of tests to meet their criteria to do that. Many of them feel trapped in their own body. I understand the pain they're suffering from just externally, because I've never had that problem. Well, I'm not here to tell people they can't do it and prohibit it. I'm just saying it's not something normal. You shouldn't normalize something that's deviant. It could be a mental illness. I don't know. Some guy was mowing their lawn naked where you live. Wow. He really pressed the envelope, didn't he? Well, I'm glad we had a chat about these things. We've got things to talk about. Now, we're getting weird statements from AMD, claiming that they can get clock speeds as high as 5 gigahertz. I have never seen this before. Are they making a breakthrough? Because I can't run a video on an AMD processor. And now AMD is claiming clock speeds of 5 gigahertz. I mean, who's kidding who? I don't believe it. They can say it all they want. I'd like to see it tested out in real world situations. I've yet to read this article. I'm going to put it over here. Soldiers could get superhuman night vision by injecting nanoparticles into their eyes. I mean, this is the kind of story no one really cares about. But scientists are claiming injecting tiny particles into people's eyeballs could help them see infrared light. Oh yeah, count me in for an eyeball injection, not. Who would want to do that? AMD just doesn't have the performance it needs to run video. So every time we buy a computer, we have to buy an Intel. i7, minimum. I'm not really that interested in Miley, but thank you. Well, I'm glad they've been doing infrared sight for many years, but I don't really want to augment my sight ability. I have 20/20, maybe 20/25. I'm not sure. I'm able to see pretty well. First it was gays and it was deemed normal. Now they're trying to make transgenders and 50 other genders normal. After they will try to make pedos normal. Good point, Tiddly-dee. That's my biggest concern, is that they're going to add LGBTQ and put P at the end. Yeah, if they add pedophilia, I mean, you see the slippery slope we're on here with this. Pig women, yeah, whatever. 2025 is worse than 2020? Oh, I thought it was better than 2020. Somebody said if you have a higher number in your second number, it's actually better. That's what I heard. $2020. Well, Howie, you certainly calmed down. I got you straightened out, didn't I? I don't believe 2040 is better. I don't think anything is going to happen other than robots taking over. I mean, the freedom of our nation is really predicated on how much we try to be free and how much we're stopped from being free. It was declared this past week that more than half of the people shot by cops in America are disabled. We ran that story. And more than half the people shot by cops in America are unarmed. So unarmed disabled people are being shot by cops. On average, around 1,200 people in the U.S. are being killed by cops, and most of them are unarmed and most of them are disabled. Doesn't that bother you, that people are being killed and cops aren't going to jail? It bothers me. There's a great website that's still available if you really want to track down all the different atrocities being killed. And it's out there. The guy's been struggling to keep it up. But it's called killedbypolice.net. And he's even telling you how he's struggling to maintain this because there's so many people being killed. But he's got all of July covered, but he hasn't got to August yet. So we're still behind. But all these people in this list have been killed recently by cops. And it even has links to the television stations and everything. And then it goes on to talk about all the people in 2018, and on average about 1,200 people a year are being killed by cops. So we clearly have a police brutality problem, if you want to check it out. It's mind-blowing. I mean, you can see unbelievable stories if you click on the news that clicks to. He's got clicks to everything. Yeah, 2020 is probably the ideal vision. But if you have problems with vision, and it's typical at the age of 45, and I'm much older than that, of course, but it's typical to get, yeah, if you have problems seeing, you can always get these extension glasses if you have, difficulty seeing close up, and they're only like $3. It's common for people over 45 to have problems focusing, going from distant to close up. At around 45, your refraction ability starts to change in your eyes. It's common. I talked to an ophthalmologist about this, and he said, yeah, it's normal to have issues holding a book close up if you're older, but you can still see fine, It's just adjusting that's difficult.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you're here to wake up, and we're here to deliver news that just can't seem to go away. The ongoing discussion of Jeffrey Epstein and the lack of investigation by our government has been just doubling and multiplying in front of us. We uncovered a 4chan statement tonight that reveals that Jeffrey Epstein was ushered out of his cell, and there's a camera feed that's completely down in and around his cell, which shows that somebody in a green military outfit, that's what an eyewitness at the location said anonymously, that somebody in a green military outfit came in a van and pulled Jeffrey Epstein out of the location. Sarah deserves her own intro. I know, that's if she even comes in the show tonight. I don't even know if she's coming in. Okay, needless to say, there's been a massive cover-up in the Jeffrey Epstein case, and it gets worse. William Barr said he's going to look into this, is claiming he supports the autopsy results, which clearly show it was not Jeffrey Epstein that died. William Barr, it turns out, had a father, Donald, who actually hired Jeffrey Epstein at his first job teaching mathematics in a prep school to young girls. I'm serious. And it turns out Donald Barr was instrumental in getting him that job. And it's very weird that William Barr has not talked about this at all. So technically, William Barr should recuse himself from the entire inquiry into the Epstein death, supposed death. And a massive cover-up requires a grand jury investigation. And the only way we're going to get accountability from these people is through a grand jury investigation. There's no other way. William Barr has the ability to set that up. The Senate can approve of it, but the Senate can call for a grand jury investigation, but Again, no action whatsoever. They're covering this up. Labor Secretary Acosta said that he was told to back off on the sentencing in 2007 because Jeffrey Epstein is a part of the intelligence community. Yep, and so Epstein is apparently back on the street doing what he does, bringing in young girls and setting up meetings with older men, congressmen, famous people, and then using that videotape to blackmail people. So that's apparently what's happening, best of my knowledge. How was the show?
Good. I already had some of that chocolate thing. Vitamins.
Oh, you did that already? Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, actually, that was a good band.
Good. So you saw some good bands tonight. That's great. Sarah's here. She's going to give you a heads up. She saw a couple good bands, and
Yeah.
we've got a local Oak Harbor Music Festival happening. And apparently, was it a big crowd, or is it, as usual, the same?
Yeah, it was pretty big.
People out there drinking beer, and they've got a beer and wine on tap, and they're enjoying the evening, and the local community is making a lot of, I don't know if they make money per se, but they definitely draw people into our area with this. No, Jimmy Savile passed away. Anyway, yeah, there was a guy on 4chan who's saying that he's delivering anonymous information that Jeffrey Epstein was taken out of his jail cell secretly by a guy in a green fatigues in a van, and he didn't check in or out of the prison. And this is a post that occurred 10 minutes before the official statement that Jeffrey Epstein had died in the jail cell. So a guy posted this 10 minutes before the official statement of Jeffrey Epstein, and he said he was like shocked, and he was a worker at that penitentiary, and he was shocked, so he posted it on 4chan.
Busterama, don't you realize that this is David's version of a party?
I have America's Third Party. I would have gone out tonight and spent the whole evening with Sarah, but I do the show instead because I have a commitment to keep this discussion going, the dialogue going about all the lies that are conducted in our country on a daily basis by our leaders. So if I don't have the chance to talk about this, we'll never know, because the media is not going to tell you any of this stuff. We can't do a remote broadcast from there. Last time I did it, people laughed at me. Yeah, we uploaded the first festival in 2010. I think we did the local Oak Harbor Festival, and they made a joke about it. So I don't do the live broadcast from there anymore.
They did get rid of. They don't do that barbecue thing anymore.
Yeah, I convinced them not to use.
But they still do
lighter
have
fluid.
a lot of diesel
generators. Yeah. And I told that woman that runs this operation not to do that, and she never stopped the diesel generators.
Yep.
So you walk around, you're breathing diesel generators everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to take a
become
break.
Very commercial.
Yeah.
Very, I don't know. It's not just like hanging out kind of thing. But anyway, it's yeah. But I did enjoy it. I really liked the music of this one band called the Paper Boys, which is really good. I think people on the show laughed, LOL, and things like that. Well, go back and view David's video of, I don't know, he was talking to somebody who was spraying lighter fluid on their barbecue. So he was pretty upset about that. So since anyway, moving on. But I had a long day. David hasn't seen me for probably, I don't know the date, Labor Day. Just look at Labor Day different, or use Oak Harbor Music Festival. Yeah, David thinks if you're going to use lighter fluid, only use a tiny bit for your charcoal, and then you should cook your charcoal for like half an hour to an hour, and then don't use lighter fluid anymore. I don't know what year. They said it's the 8 years, so try. Could have been 2011, 2012. I don't know where Ronnie Scoop is. You found it?
We're going to play a song now from our most current CD. This was called Rain on Me.
Yeah, that's a group that I listened to tonight. Yeah, they opened with that song. Let's see. My videos. Sponheim or America's Third Party. We go to my videos and maybe I should search my stuff. My channel. My uploads. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go back and try to find it. Leftover tents and debris was left on the field after a reading festival? Wow. Was this the thing about recycling plastics? Wow. Food packaging organizer developed a staying green policies. Tents and gazebos were left up today, many packed away following the festival, which featured artists such as the Foo Fighters, 1975, Billie Eilish, camping chairs. Oh, was this in, where was that? Well, thanks for showing us this. That is pretty crazy. It wasn't me. Okay, no worries. I was trying to find something else on YouTube myself, which I did not successfully find. Yeah. That was a long day. Special Forces soldier was killed as peace talks continue to end the Afghan war. It was a 15th service member killed this year.
Stand by to receive our transmission.
So this is all about all the tents that are left behind at certain festivals. But the tents have become so cheap that people don't even bother taking them after they tent. They're like, oh, I'll buy another tent. It's kind of crazy. Hurricane Dorian's going to be hitting Florida. It's a Category 4 storm, according to the National Hurricane Center. That's weird. Okay. Anyway. You found some videos of the recycled Tencel. Oh, cardboard recyclable tents. The solution for festivals? Interesting. Tensile accessories. So they're recyclable tents. There were 10 suspicious deaths at a VA hospital, so now veterans are demanding answers. Saying it's scary, very scary. That is scary. They'll probably say it was a pre-existing condition, like people went to the hospital when they were sick. That's why they died, rather than something the hospital did. That's what they'll try to say anyway. Joshua Wong was released on bail and says we shall not surrender. He's a Hong Kong activist. Beijing is moving on Hong Kong, wanting to control them. So many places all about control, fear, things like that. Pretty crazy. Face our fears and accept people, if we become more tolerant and face our fears, I think the world will be a lot better off. That's what I think. There's an update on the National Hurricane Center for Hurricane Dorian. Israel is trying to make the case for war against Lebanon. Trump would say, oh, my tariffs are working because it says that China's factory activity shrinks for the fourth month as the trade pressures are mounting. Trump would use that as a sign to say his thing's working. I don't know. Google finds evidence of a massive iOS hacking attack that was sustained for at least 2 years. Wow. Homeworld 3 is coming. Some kind of movie, I guess, or something, or game. I think it's a video game. Actress Valerie Harper died at age 80. She was the Mary Tyler Moore Show and Rhoda star. I'm scrolling back the yeah, I don't think I want to watch that, Sunchild. Thank you. Oh, NASA developed a new atomic clock that can let spacecraft drive themselves in deep space. So if we were able to put people to sleep, the spacecraft could be in control of itself. Has there been sea level rising in the past? Scientists find evidence that several million years old that there was sea level rise. This is from Fox News, so for all that's worth. They say global sea levels were as much as 52 feet higher more than 3 million years ago than they are today. They're based on analysis of deposits from Arta Cave on the island of Mallorca. It says the Earth was 2 to 3 degrees Celsius warmer than the pre-industrial era.
Well, I'll finish my cup of coffee with you and just kind of round out the evening here. Did you have a nice place to eat dinner? Or?
Yeah.
Good.
We did.
Seafood or?
No, Hispanic, Mexican food.
Oh, Spanish food. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hispanic food.
I had a taco salad.
Oh wow, chicken or beef?
Chicken.
Chicken taco salad. Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Galina, right? Taco galina. Chicken is galina in Spanish.
That's pollo. Like that's why that name El Pollo Loco.
Oh, you're right.
Crazy.
Let me
chicken.
find out what translate says on galina. Maybe.
Galina. I don't know. I've heard it as a dairy name of a dairy, but that's about it.
Really? Sí, no comprende. All the people in Mexico are wondering, what is he saying, Galina? Okay.
Well, go from English to English or Spanish. No, well, I don't know. It says English detected.
Sí, Spanish. There's no word for Galina, David.
Yeah.
Yes, it's no comprende. It's like, where did you come up with that, Dave? I don't know. I thought they kept saying Galina when the Spanish workers were telling me, would you like some tacos Galina? Maybe it was Carbona. Taco Carbona. Carbona?
Or something. Yeah,
Sí,
maybe.
that is bueno. No sé. No le gusta?
Habanero?
Habanero,
No,
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, now you got me all confused.
Graphic warning of baby being delivered on their own in a prison cell. Oh man,
Yeah, you don't need to.
I don't want to click on that because that's too many weird vibes. Remember we said to stay away from all the negative stuff.
Yeah, especially things with babies, Anita.
Yeah. Yeah, she sent me a whole group of YouTube links on evil. It's like I don't. That's not my thing. I don't really play YouTube videos on evil, Anita. Okay, bulbous stalactite features are growing in the phreatic overgrowth on speleothemes. Well, that's nice. What we do? This is a very weird story.
It's about
The stalactite.
the historic ice age or sea level rises. Like the scientists wanted to see, has the sea level risen
Oh, I see.
in the past, and they said about 3 million years ago it did.
3 million years. Yeah, I remember that. That was my chromosomes. Remember that.
Yeah, mine don't. They didn't exist then.
Really? There's evidence that that mankind has been on this planet for up to 3.5 million years. We've got evidence now of skulls of men that have been found in Madagascar 3.5 million years ago. You want to see it? It is.
Okay.
This is like a recent discovery, way before the Australopithecus and Leakey. Yeah, 3.5 million year old man. Fossil. Yep, there it is. 3.8 million years. Unprecedented fossil skull reveals the presence of humankind way before any anthropologist ever thought mankind existed.
No.
Yeah. Well, Sarah, thank you for coming in. Or if you want to take off, you've been kind as to make an appearance and do a cameo tonight.
Yeah.
This is way before Lucy. They pieced this together. And the skull is speaking out, is saying things like, let's see.
Oh, that's weird.
Hey, you stupid idiots. Get your act together. You're destroying the planet. Wake up.
Oh, okay, wake up.
Okay, Sarah's going to sign off. Thank you for coming in. Good night. Oh, you're not up for a Game of Thrones tonight?
Sure.
I mean, if you're sleepy now, I don't want to even
There's
bother.
a little thing that needs to be cleaned over here. I guess I can clean it.
What is it?
Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that has to be done. I'll do it or you do it. One or the other.
I'm gonna go wash my feet first.
Yeah, David Soul was Hutch. Yeah. But that's kind of a bummer for a lot of people. That we haven't cleaned up our act on Earth, and mankind has been going on, repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again. And our leaders simply don't do anything. They are just lad-handers, and they're elected or selected, mostly selected. But David Soul is an actor who's still very much alive, and he's not exactly like this in real life anymore. I mean, he's changed his look. Yeah, this is an older picture of it when he was Hutch, but you can see there is similarities in our faces for sure. All right, what do you want to talk about as we close down in the next 5 minutes? Anything special? Because I've covered the territory. We talked about the possibility that Jeffrey Epstein was carried out to the hallway, and they don't have the video footage of that hallway, by the way. The fact that William Barr's father, Donald, was the guy that hired Jeffrey Epstein in that first job as a professor, teaching children, young girls, even though he didn't even have a degree from a college, which is very weird to get a job as a professor at a prep school, a teacher at a prep school without a degree. And then, of course, the discussion of lack of investigation on the police part, even opening up Epstein Islands to possible cadaver dogs. I suggest that they need jackhammers to see if there's any new concrete that's been laid. We need to do a full investigation, not just cursory. Hey, thanks, Daryl. Sleep well, man. We can't just sit back and say, oh yeah, he's dead, so let's close the case. But they did that too. They closed the case on Jeffrey Epstein today. Yep. Very sad.
Jury now from Westminster by...
I'm frustrated because the connections go deep, and it goes very deep into the possibility that some people who were implicated in this case didn't like it and reacted very badly. Ghislaine Maxwell still not being looked into in a Massachusetts home. They haven't found her. We've got here it is, the story. The judge has ended the trafficking case against Jeffrey Epstein, flat out. The criminal charges are being dropped. Ghislaine Maxwell has not been pursued. And we did see Prince Andrew gleeful the day that Epstein was found allegedly dead. And here he is in a very gleeful pose, just to recap. He is happy. He's a happy camper. Oh, Mummy, I'm so happy. No longer are they accusing me of such heinous things like having whatever. And Mommy is going, yes, it's over, son. It's over. And then that story wraps around to even more weird allegations. This story came up from Misanthropy the other night. A post on Reddit, which is very interesting. If you want to read this, thank you. Thank you. And check that out. That's a mind blower. Larry Salona was the name of the person who's been discovering all of these events. Made the first reporting of them at the New York Post. Well, Larry Salona doesn't even exist. It's an anagram for the name Royal Lancer. That's one theory. Yeah. And it's the same person who's posted the death of Jeffrey Epstein, Stanley Kubrick, JFK Jr., and all the NYPD suicides. All pointing back to Prince Andrew, which is a very suspicious loop. Now, no one's alleging that Prince Andrew had sexual relations with a 15-year-old. But it does look like somebody's trying to make this all go away, and could very well be behind such events as JFK Jr.'s death, Stanley Kubrick's death. They say Stanley Kubrick knew about all the possible moon landing issues that many people question. But again, no investigation into Ghislaine Maxwell leads one to believe that the government just wants to make this go away. Even though we're finding out that Prince Andrew was secretly visiting Buckingham Palace for years. Or rather, Ghislaine Maxwell was joining Prince Andrew at the palace. And it wasn't even on the books. We found this out tonight. A former police officer has claimed Jeffrey Epstein's Madam Ghislaine Maxwell made frequent visits to the palace to Prince Andrew, which no one knows what that's about. Maybe they're just conjugal visits, who knows? But allegations are flying, and until these people actually, are looked at as potential suspects, most of this will just gradually go away. Nothing much we can do about this anymore. So that wraps it up. That's the end of the show for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow night with it's amazing. We're already up to Sustainable Saturday yet again. It just keeps rolling, doesn't it? I really enjoy this, and it gives me a chance to talk to all of you. But thank you very much for participating in this non-stop event, exposing what could be the darkest truths, or maybe just allegations that are mindless, But it does look like there's something not right here. When Jeffrey Epstein does not match his death photograph, it's a huge and massive cover-up. Yeah, exactly. So we'll go back to that right where we left off.